Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see what if Deku fell in love with Amy Rose. Part 1. MHA x Sonic. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Sonic X Heroes by Gbstutz. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Why does this have to happen today of all days? Sonic thought to himself, standing on the wing of Tails' new airplane, the Tornado. An attack was going on by none other than Eggman, and Sonic was so close to just throttling the guy. Sure, he had an outwardly teasing persona when dealing with the bad doctor, but even he had his limits, and besides, it was Amy's birthday. She had asked for him as a birthday present, which, hey, no, but he still valued her as a friend, even if she was a little crazy sometimes. She was turning 14 today, and he had the perfect present to give to her. A nice ring. Not the power kind. For her. Something that she'd value and be able to show off to Cream, but Eggman just had to get his fat hands dirty. We're approaching the tower. Bogies inbound, Tails said, his goggles over his head. He looked up to Sonic, a smile that he reserved for his hero, one filled with awe and worship. You've got them, right Sonic? He asked, and Sonic smirked, giving the boy a thumbs up. You know it, little buddy. Hey, Knuckles, cover my back, will ya? Sonic asked, looking at the other wing. The last of the echidnas grunted, glaring forward at the flying droids that were rapidly approaching. Don't tell me what to do, Sonic, he said, making the blue hedgehog chuckle. Knuckles turned to Sonic, gritting his sharp teeth. Stop laughing at me. Just do your job, fast boy. He yelled, and Sonic sighed, before he jumped off the plane, leaping a surprisingly far distance for his small body. He landed on the closest droid, kicking it, his foot going clean through it. He smirked, jumping off the droid before it exploded, landing on another droid and repeating the process. Nearly a mile away, a round man scowled, his large bushy mustache wilting slightly, showing his annoyance. That pesky hedgehog always has to meddle with my plans. Luckily, this time, I have something up my sleeve that not even that spiky delinquent can combat. Dr. Evo Robotnik, also known as Dr. Eggman, said, turning and grinning at the large machine in the center of the room, each of the 7 Chaos Emeralds resting inside it, glowing with a mysterious power. Within minutes, Sonic had destroyed all of the attack drones, jumping from the last one back to the wing of the airplane, with Tails grinning excitedly at him. That was amazing. You broke those bots in no time, Sonic, he said, and Sonic smirked, crossing his arms, only to flinch as another hedgehog with pink quills, wearing a red dress, spoke up before he could. So dreamy, you should show off some more, Sonic, beat Eggman and his stupid face in, she said, punching at the air, making Sonic smile, though this time it had less energy in it. That's the plan, Amy, he said, making Tails roll his eyes. Everyone knew that Amy was head over heels for Sonic, as she didn't exactly hide it, and everyone also knew that Sonic did not share those affections, well, everyone except for Amy herself, of course. Oh, when this is all over, can you pretty please give me a kiss? Maybe we can kiss on our first date. Oh, it sounds so romantic, Amy said, shuffling in her seat, making Sonic sweat drop. Sorry Amy, but my schedule's full. I have a present for you though, I can give that to you after this, but that kiss thing though, no can do, he said, shaking his head, making Amy pout childishly. What? Come on, Sonic. You know that it would make me happy. It's my birthday, so you have to do it. She whined, and Sonic sighed, shaking his head. Knuckles growled to himself, turning to Amy. Will you shut up already? We're doing something important here, he spat, making Amy glare, a fire in her eyes. You don't tell me to shut up, mister. You'd better apologize before I knock you off this plane, she shouted, making Knuckles flinch. Even he was slightly afraid of Amy when she got angry. The size of her hammer certainly wasn't for show, that was for sure. She was way stronger than she looked. JG's, calm down, sorry, I guess. Knuckles grumbled, crossing her arms. Tails then spoke, his face and voice both serious. We're here, guys. Sonic, you get down to the ground, we'll provide air support, Tails said, making the hedgehog nod, before he jumped off the plane with a smirk. Be safe Sonic, Amy shouted, her hands cupping her mouth, before she sighed wistfully. He's such a dreamboat, she mumbled to herself, making Tails wince. Amy, you know he doesn't like you like that, right? He asked, making Amy scoff, waving him off. Oh, hush, Tails, he definitely does. He's just shy. One day, I'll get him to admit his secret feelings for me, and then we'll get married and love happily ever after, and oh, thinking about it just makes me so excited, she said, giggling to herself and kicking her feet happily. Tails cringed, not having the heart to tell her that she was delusional. Love was a powerful thing, after all. In another universe, Izuku Midoriya was humming happily, scribbling in his notebook. A picture of a muscle-clad man, flexing with his arms up, was on the page, a great big smile on the man's face. His smile widened as he looked up, and out the window of his classroom. Today was going to be a good day, he could just feel it. The scrawny teen then flinched as he felt a burning gaze on his head, turning to face one of the many things he dreaded, coming to school. Katsuki Bakugo narrowed his crimson eyes, glaring into Izuku's soul. His eyes shifted down to the boy's notebook, and he couldn't stop the smirk that spread itself on his face. Izuku flinched as Katsuki grinned at him, his face going slightly pale as sweat dripped down his neck. He shuddered just thinking about what the explosive boy wanted to do to him. All right, class, settle down now. Hey, Midoriya, eyes up here, the teacher said, making Izuku flinch. The class erupted with giggles, making Izuku's face go red. And stop doodling in that notebook of yours. Hey, Bakugo, that means you too. Vision up front, he said, and the giggles stopped instantly, nobody wanting to get onto Katsuki's bad side. The boy smirked in pride, glad that he had instilled such a respect for himself, ignoring the small voice in his mind that told him that it was fear, not respect, that kept the students silent. Good, now, who can tell me the mysterious occurrences that happened just a few years ago? The teacher asked, pointing to the board, where the word energy was written. Izuku instantly raised his hand, and the teacher pointed the ruler that he held at him. Midoriya? He asked. Are you talking about the strange energy readings that popped up 3 years ago, Mr. Brackenstar? Izuku asked, and the teacher nodded, smiling. Yes, very good, Midoriya. 3 years ago, the Pro-Hero radar discovered a set of energy frequencies that nobody had ever heard of before. Scientists assumed that it was radiation, but soon after their appearance, they disappeared. However, not even 3 months later, they appeared again, this time in this exact city. The teacher said, and Izuku smiled, listening intently. This strange energy was classified as incredibly lethal, had it crossed paths with someone. However, anyone who got in the zone of the energy simply stated that they had actually felt stronger than ever. Isn't it strange how something so dangerous could also make someone stronger? Now, I'm not saying that if you kids ever discover any more of this energy that you should start trying to take in as much as you can, because that would probably lead to your immediate deaths. Radiation is incredibly dangerous on its own. Ingesting too much of it, and, the teacher trailed off, before he grabbed a piece of chalk, and using his quirk, expand, to blow it up. Izuku, as well as half of the class shivered in fear as the teacher smirked, before Katsuki scoffed, before he pointed to himself, resting his feet on his desk. Yeah, that's all well and good, teach, but I'm no ordinary guy, you know. I'm the next #1 hero. He bragged, making the teacher hum. Yes, you definitely have some potential to be a very powerful pro-hero, but the next #1? Maybe top 60? The teacher said, making Katsuki's eyes widen, before he growled, crossing his arms. Now then, who wants to learn about geometry? He asked, and everyone but Izuku and Katsuki groaned. Back in Sonic's dimension, Sonic's eyes were narrowed in focus as he rushed through room after room, destroying every robot he could come across, all within a blink of an eye. He was already near the top of the tower, and he couldn't help but worry that Eggman had something powerful cooking up at the top. The man was a genius, and he knew how to use his incredible mind for the most devious of acts. Pollution? Yep. Theft? You got it. Kidnapping? Well, that's how he met Amy. Murder? Probably, but Sonic had never seen it. Animal abuse? Oh, definitely. If you can rack up the time for it, Eggman has probably done it, all using his vast machines and even vaster wealth to accomplish said goals. Luckily, Sonic was always there to stop him before he could get too far in his world-conquering ways, and he always reveled in the doctor's anger. Sonic huffed, wiping sweat off of his face as he reached the top of the tower, putting on his best smirk, before he kicked the door open. "Your little game ends here, Eggman," he shouted, and Eggman smirked, tapping his fingers together. "Oh, on the contrary, you little blue thorn. You've been poking me in the side for too long, and it's about time I plucked you out," he said, before he gestured to the large machine in the center of the room. "Voila! Take a gander at my masterpiece. My weapon of mass destruction. These emeralds took a mighty long time to get, you know. How about I give you a closer look?" Eggman shouted, slamming his hand on the large red button. The machine began to glow with power, using all 7 of the emeralds to power itself, making Sonic smirk. "Now what's stopping me from just breaking the machine?" he asked, making Eggman pause, his mustache wilting. "Oh. Why you wouldn't do that though? I was just joking about the whole weapon of mass destruction thing. It's actually a firework machine. For your little pink friend's birthday," he said, clasping his hands together. Sonic stared at Eggman unimpressed. "Uh-huh," he said, before he flinched as Knuckles crashed through one of the many windows, Amy holding onto his legs. "Your plan ends here, Eggman," Knuckles growled, glaring at the doctor, and Amy nodded along, her hammer appearing in her hands as she glared as well. "Yeah. You have a lot of nerve, attacking on my birthday," she added, making Eggman scowl. "You brought the whole farm with you, didn't you, hedge rat?" "Well, it's far too late anyways. My weapon is almost done charging up," he said, and Sonic rolled his eyes, before jumping and spin dashing through the machine. Eggman paused as the machine halted, the glow disappearing. "Oh. Well, that's just rude," he said, crossing his arms, before the 7 Chaos Emeralds began glowing, the energy siphoned from them rushing back into them, the powerful artifacts having nowhere to fire the energy, other than at them. "Sonic, what did you do?" Knuckles shouted, making the blue hedgehog shrug. "Oh, calm down, Knux. They're probably just powering down," he said, before the 3 heroes heard Tails' voice coming through their earpieces. "Guys, I'm sensing a ton of energy from the room you're all in. What's going on in there?" he asked, before the emeralds suddenly stopped glowing, freezing midair. Eggman looked up at them, before turning to face Sonic, his face scrunched up in annoyance and disappointment. "This is your fault," he said, before all they saw was white. Izuku smiled to himself, packing his bag as he prepared to leave for school. He was scrolling mindlessly on his phone for a second, reading an article about the villain attack that had gone on earlier that day, where a new pro hero had debuted. He had been there at the attack, so he already knew everything about it, but he always loved reading an outsider's perspective from it as well. He then turned his phone off, placing it in his pocket, staring at his notebook. His pride and joy. He smiled excitedly, still having a few dozen pages left to write on, and he moved to place it in his back, only for it to be snatched from his hands. He blinked in confusion, before looking up, his eyes widening as he came face to face with Katsuki. "Hey there, Deku. Writing in your nerd journal?" he asked, making Izuku flinch. Hey, give that back. That's mine," he said, reaching for the notebook, and Katsuki raised his arm, making it so that the green-haired boy couldn't grab hold of it. "Keiko-chan, give it back," he pleaded, and Katsuki took a step back, opening the notebook and quickly skimming its contents. "Huh? Hero analysis for the future. What, are these your nerd notes on how to be a hero? Bah, what a joke. Heroes don't need to take notes, they're just naturally great. You think All Might had to take notes on his enemies? No, he just took them down, because that's what a hero does, Deku." He spat, before he slammed his palm into the notebook, a small explosion burning it to a crisp. Izuku yelped, arms flailing through the air as he stared at his pride and joy get toasted like his breakfast. "And no. Why did you do da?" Izuku started, only to scream as the explosive blonde threw the book out the window. He rushed to the open window, looking down, his spirit getting crushed even further as he saw the book land in a koi pond. "Hey, be careful, Deku, or you're gonna end up falling out of here. Hell, maybe that would be best, maybe you'd be reborn as someone with a quirk," Katsuki said, before he and his 2 cronies laughed, walking out of the room. Izuku shuddered in place, his arms shaking in anger and despair, before he slung his bag over his shoulder, rushing out of the classroom, and past Katsuki and his friends, who watched him go in amusement. Izuku quickly made his way out of the school and to the koi pond, staring down at his notebook. My dreams have become fish food. Get away from that, it isn't yours, he muttered, grabbing the notebook. He shook it off, attempting to get as much water off of it as possible, and while he did get most of it off, that didn't change the fact that the notebook was burnt to a crisp. Damn it, my hopes and dreams. Laughed at and thrown out a window. You can't just tell somebody to kill themselves, jerk, Izuku muttered to himself, wiping his eyes with his black sleeve, wishing he had the confidence to say that to Katsuki's face. After a minute of gathering himself, he shook his head, leaving the school. He thought to himself silently as he walked, holding his ruined notebook close to him. He just didn't understand. Why did Katsuki always have to be so rude to him? All he ever did was try to be the boy's friend, and what did he get in return? A decade of light bearings and emotional turmoil. Sure, he didn't have it the worst, but he had become a complete wallflower because of it. He had absolutely no friends, and everyone thought he was weird on top of being quirkless. Izuku sighed, shaking his head as he reached an overpass. He shouldn't be thinking like this. He should be thinking like All Might, smiling and laughing in the face of adversity. Putting on his best award-winning smile, Izuku entered the overpass, laughing to himself. Ha 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 ha, he laughed, before he felt something slimy climb up his pant leg. Ha ha, huh, he mumbled, turning around to meet the eyes of a massive mass of sludge with eyes and teeth. Wah! What the heck? Stay away, he shouted, and the sludge man chuckled, his voice warbly. Heh, sorry, kid, but I've gotta hide, and your body seems like the perfect spot for me to lay low for a while. Don't worry, it won't hurt, not for me, at least. Ha ha ha. The sludge man said, his watery tendrils wrapping around Izuku, who screamed for help, before his mouth and nose were covered, sludge rushing inside him. He grasped at his attacker's tendrils, his muffled screams for anyone to help fading as his vision grew blurry and dark, before he just barely saw the manhole behind him pop up, a blurry figure hopping out of the sewers. All Might was the last thing he thought before everything went dark. On the other side of town, Sonic was rudely awakened from his brief slumber by the feeling of being encompassed by freezing cold water. He yelped as he failed around, slowly sinking to the bottom of an absolutely massive pool. He blinked, his large eyes looking around, before he got to his feet, holding his breath. He tried to run, but that got him nowhere, being underwater and all. He attempted to look for a ladder, but the pool was so overwhelmingly large that he couldn't even hope to find one. Sonic's body tensed as it begged for air, feeling his lungs screaming at him. He looked around for anything that could possibly help him, and he failed around some more, hoping that he would get the attention of anyone, before his movements slowed, his eyes beginning to close. So, this is how it ends. Of course it's due to water. I hate water so much, he thought to himself, before he heard a splash, feeling a pair of arms wrap around his body. After a second, he was back on land, and taking multiple deep breaths. He could feel his body shivering, and hear the sound of footsteps dashing away, though he was too busy on taking in the sweet beautiful air to look around for his savior. After a second, he felt a warm towel wrap around him, covering his blue quills and making him sigh in comfort at the warmth. Are you all right? A feminine voice asked in a language that he didn't understand. He looked up, opening his eyes as he panted, and coming face to face with a human girl with long black hair and soaking clothes. She was far taller than him, and her gray eyes were staring into his in concern. What? I don't speak that language, he gasped out, making the girl pause. You speak English, then. Are you all right, sir? You just fell into my pool. Where did you come from, and why are you naked? She asked, blushing as she realized that the hedgehog in front of her was in the nude, aside from his large shoes and white gloves. Naked? No, my shoes and gloves are here. I'm not naked. Why do you have such a big pool, lady? He asked, before he turned away, coughing into his elbow. The girl frowned, before she stood up, towering over Sonic's kneeling form. We should get you inside, she muttered, walking over to the gold-embroidered glass doors, opening them. Sonic shivered, holding the towel close to him as he waddled over to the glass doors, looking around. Man, I hope it's warm in there, he muttered, entering the house. The girl stopped him, glaring at him warningly. Take your shoes off, she said, making Sonic's eyes widen. What, so you didn't want me to be naked but now you do? What do you want from me, lady? He asked, confused. The girl sighed irritably, shaking her head. Never mind, just come inside, I'll make you some tea. What's your name, by the way? She asked, and Sonic smirked, pointing at himself. The name's Sonic. Sonic the Hedgehog, he said, and the girl smiled. It's nice to meet you, Sonic. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu, she said, holding her hand out for Sonic to shake, which he did with a smile. Nice to meet you too. So, where am I? He asked, walking around, sitting on a wonderfully comfortable couch. Momo hummed, preparing the tea bags. You're in Musutafu, Japan, she said, making Sonic pause, scratching his muzzle in confusion. Musafatu? Japan? I've never heard of either of those places before, he mumbled, making Momo pause, before she turned to him, confused. You've never heard of Japan? What, are you from America? She asked, making Sonic raise an eyebrow. America? You're just making up words now, he responded, making Momo pause, confused. Were you hit with a memory erasing quirk? Who doesn't know America? She asked, making Sonic pause, even more confused. What's a quirk? Elsewhere in Musutafu. The sludge villain that tried to take Izuku's body opened his eyes, mumbling confusedly to himself. Wah, what happened? I remember a green-haired brat, and all might, he said to himself, looking around. Wait, why am I so low to the ground? He mumbled, before realizing that he was trapped in a large soda bottle. What the, he stuffed me in a soda bottle, he asked before he yelped, feeling someone kick the bottle. TCH, stupid Deku, thinking he can be a hero, I'm the only one from that crappy school that's getting into UA. Not that little nerd, or anyone else. A kid with blonde hair spat, making the villain growl, before he realized that the kick loosened that cap on the bottle. He grinned, pushing against the bottle as the kid and his friends began walking away. The villain scowled, annoyed that his new flesh suit was walking away, before he saw a small figure lying on the ground near him. He narrowed his eyes, the sight of pink quills making him grin. Bingo, he muttered, getting the cap off. Back with Izuku. Izuku sniffled as he rubbed his nose, tear tracks still fresh on his face. All Might's words were still echoing in his mind, telling him how he couldn't hope to make it as a hero without a quirk. He didn't want to believe it, but, if the #1 hero told him he couldn't, then there really wasn't any hope, was there? Izuku clutched his notebook to his chest, the crispy pages crinkling against his school uniform. Why did he have to be born like this? Born a loser? He sniffled again, before seeing a group of people crowding a street. He paused, before he sighed tiredly, shrugging to himself. Why not check it out, just one last villain attack, for old time's sake. He walked through the crowd of people, walking up to a police barricade, his eyes widening as he spotted the source of the commotion. The sludge villain that had attacked him earlier was back, and bigger than ever, and he had a hostage in his grasp. A girl with pink quills struggled, her muffled screams for help drowned out by the sound of the large hammer being smashed into the ground around her. Yes? You're beyond strong enough to kill that clown. I'll take over your body and kill All Might, and then I'll be free to walk the streets once again, the villain shouted. Oh my god, how did that villain escape? He was in All Might's containment. There's no way he could have gotten away, unless I, oh god, I did this. This is my fault, he thought to himself. He flinched, hearing a nearby pro-hero's voice. Damn, his quirk is a perfect counter for mine. I can't do anything against his liquid body. Just hang in there, kid, Death Arms said, before another pro-hero spoke, his arms extending into large branches, catching some debris from falling onto a group of civilians. I can't do much of anything right now. Damage control is my main priority, Kamui Woods shouted, and Izuku stared back at the villain, terrified for her. Suddenly, she looked up, her eyes meeting his, and Izuku could swear that her eyes were pleading for help. Wait, why was the villain getting closer? What the kid? What are you doing? Get back here, Death Arms shouted, and Izuku realized with a start that he was running at the villain. What am I doing? Why am I running towards the villain? I can't do anything to help her. Wait. Entry number 247. Attack the opponent's weak point. Izuku thought to himself as the villain noticed his presence. Huh? You again? You want to be a skin suit that badly, huh? Well, too bad, brat, I found a new one, but I'll at least give you something to remember you by. Green-haired brat killed by the greatest villain to ever live. The villain shouted, raising his sludgy arm. The girl's eyes widened in fear as she realized that the villain trying to take over her body was attempting to kill this boy. Before he looked into her eyes, she would have gasped had she had the capability to, as she stared into his eyes for what felt like an eternity, before he shrugged his bag off of his shoulders, throwing it at the villain. His notebook flew out of his open bag, slamming into the villain's eye and making him scream, as well as allowing Amy to breathe, saving her life. The sludge villain moved his arm to cover his damaged eye. Then almost immediately Izuku quickly began trying to claw away at the sludge to get the girl free from the villain, and she was amazed by how brave the boy was, but was also confused why was he the only one who was trying to save her. Gah! You little brat! You just don't know when to lay down and die, do you? He asked, before a flash of white and yellow appeared. A massive man with mountains worth of muscle on his body appeared, blocking an attack from the villain for Izuku. How disgraceful of me! I preach about the values of a hero, but I'm not even practicing what I preach. The man shouted, and Izuku's eyes widened as he reached into the sludge, grabbing the girl and placing her behind him, who coughed up sludge. Izuku shielded her with his own body as All Might punched the villain with all his might, looking at her in concern. Are you all right? He asked in a language she didn't understand. She looked up at him, having gotten all of the sludge in her throat out, staring in awe. Why you saved me, she muttered, and Izuku blushed, his eyes widening, before the blowback of All Might's attack appeared. All Might had to grab the two to stop them from flying away from the wind pressure, with Izuku passing out in shock, though the girl was fine. After a few seconds, the wind pressure dissipated, and Amy winced as she fell to the ground, her wrist still held by the massive man's. He stood up shakily as a singular drop of rain plopped on Amy's nose. She looked up, seeing the gathering clouds. Had the man changed the weather by punching? Are you all right, young lady? The massive man asked, turning to her. Amy blinked, before she looked around, confused. What? I don't know what you're saying. Where am I? She asked, making All Might laugh heartily. Ha ha ha. So you speak English? Well, you're in Japan, young lady. You should be getting home to your parents now. They're probably worried sick, he said, but Amy was too focused on the boy that had saved her, looking at his unconscious form. What about him? He saved me, she muttered, making All Might pause, before he fully turned to face her. Would you like to stay with him until he wakes? You should probably be checked on by paramedics anyways. Here, allow me to help you to the ambulance, he said, grabbing Amy and Izuku, walking over to the ambulance. Amy shifted uncomfortably, sitting on the back of the ambulance as the paramedics checked on her, examining her ears, mouth, eyes, and skin to make sure that she was completely devoid of the sludge. A few minutes after that, Izuku awoke to the girl staring down at him, standing over him curiously. His face went beet red as he crawled backwards, yelping in fear. Wah! He yelped, making Amy flinch. She reached out, her eyes wide. Whoa, calm down. Are you okay? I didn't mean to scare you, she said, making him pause. She spoke English. Well, Izuku was lucky that he just so happened to as well. What? Wait, you're the girl that was being held by the sludge villain, he said, before hopping to his feet, a few feet taller than her. He looked her up and down in concern, and Amy smiled as he frowned at her. Are you all right? That guy attacked me too. It was really scary, he muttered, before realizing that he was invading her personal space. He blushed, stepping back and looking away. Sorry, but, are you all right? He asked, and she nodded, her quills still coated in a small bit of sludge. Other than having that gross stuff in my quills, I'm fine. I don't think I would be if you hadn't rushed in though. I think I probably would have died if you didn't give me that chance to breathe, she said, making his blush deepen. Me? No, it was All Might who did all the work. He saved you, not me. Izuku denied, only for Amy to giggle, shaking her head. No, it was you, silly. You threw your bag at that creep and it hit him in the eye, giving me a chance to breathe. That really buff guy might have taken that creep down, but it was you who saved me, she said, making Izuku look down, rubbing the back of his neck nervously, a blush still present on his face. I just did what anyone would have done. You looked at me and It looked like your eyes were pleading for help, he said, making Amy pause, before she looked around. If you did what anyone would have done, then why were you the only person to rush in? That was really brave of you. What's your name? She asked, realizing that she hadn't caught his name. Izuku's face reddened further as he realized that a girl was asking for his name. Oh, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, he said, holding his hand out, and Amy grabbed it, her smile bubbly. Hi Izuku, I'm Amy Rose, it's great to meet you, she said, making Izuku blush at the usage of his first name. We're in Japan, you call people by their last names here, doing otherwise is a sign of disrespect, he told her, making her eyes widen, before she frowned, apologetic. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to disrespect you or anything like that. I'll call you Midoriya from now on, she said, making Izuku nod with a shaky smile. It's all right, you didn't know, he said, and she looked at him, both amused and a little confused. Why are you stuttering so much? You seem really nervous, she muttered, making Izuku flinch. I'm not the best when it comes to socializing. I stutter a lot. Sorry if it's annoying, he said, looking away, making Amy giggle, waving him off. It's not, don't worry. I was just curious, that's all. I'm not exactly from around here, so if you could show me around a little bit, that would be great, she said, making Izuku nod shakily. Oh, of course. Do you have a place to stay? He asked, and she frowned in realization, shaking her head. Izuku frowned as well, thinking to himself for a second, before he sighed. Well, I can probably convince my mom to let you stay for a few nights. I don't know where you would sleep though, he muttered to himself, going on a small tangent about how he could convince his mother. Amy watched him, eyes wide. Midoriya, she asked, receiving no response. She reached out, poking him in the side, and making him yelp, his face flushed. She giggled, covering her mouth. Sorry, but I said your name and you didn't respond. Can we go start that tour now? She asked, making Izuku pause, before he nodded. Unbeknownst to the both of them, All Might was watching them from a few feet away, his eyes locked on the boy that had rushed in. Perhaps he is the one. A few hours later, Amy giggled as Izuku told her a story of how he would pretend to save his mother from an imaginary villain, dressing up in an All Might onesie. She didn't know who All Might was, but she assumed that he was that super muscular guy that took down that sludge creep. Suddenly, the two stopped, hearing loud stomps behind them. Izuku froze in fear, turning around along with Amy, to see a blonde boy approaching them with a scowl on his face. You think you're better than me, Deku? You think you can save some teddy bear and end up on the news? If I was there I would have taken down that villain easy peasy, lickety fucking split. Don't you dare look down on me just because you did something. He yelled at Izuku in the same language that the others spoke, who flinched. Amy scowled back at the boy, clenching her fists angrily. She may not have understood what he was saying, but she didn't appreciate him yelling at her new friend. Hey, you leave Midoriya alone, jerk, she said, making him turn to her, looking her up and down with a scoff. Who the hell is this weakling? Is she the girl that got snatched up by that villain? Couldn't be me, the boy said, laughing to himself, before he flipped the two off, with Amy gasping in offense at the rude gesture. Later losers, he said, turning and beginning to walk away. How dare you? Get back here, jerk, she yelled, only for Izuku to stop her by placing a hand on her shoulder. She turned to face him, seeing him looking at the blonde boy with a sad frown on his face. That's Kachan. He's always like that, he told her, making Amy scoff, crossing her arms and turning to fully face him. You mean a bully? She asked, making Izuku flinch. We used to be friends, but, when we were kids, he got a quirk, and I didn't. He explained, making Amy raise an eyebrow. Izuku had explained the existence of quirks to Amy, who had basically no clue what he was talking about, but was still listening along. Basically, quirks were superpowers, and 80% of the population had them. The unlucky 20% though, were known as the quirkless, and they were looked down upon by the rest of society. Oh, so he hates you because you're quirkless. That's so mean. That's like me hating another hedgehog for having a different color quills than me, she said, making Izuku shake his head. And no, it's not quite that. He hates me because I'm quirkless and I want to be a hero. He thinks that me being so weak and wanting to follow the same path as him is like me saying that I'm better than him, but I'm not better than him. He has a crazy powerful quirk, and he knows how to use it too. I don't. All I ever tried to do was be his friend, he explained, biting his lip as tears stung at his eyes. Amy frowned in sympathy, but before she could say anything to comfort Izuku, a figure sped onto the pathway that they were standing on. I am here, All Might shouted, startling the both of them. All Might, how did you get away from those reporters? Izuku shouted, making the man laugh heartily, holding his hands on his hips. Ha ha ha, I stand for justice, not sound bites blarguy, All Might shouted, his body shrinking down to a skeletal figure with a poof of smoke, blood shooting out of his mouth. Both Amy and Izuku screamed, and Izuku rushed forward, checking if the man was okay. All Might winced, patting the boy on the head. Don't worry kid, I'm fine. Just pushed myself a bit, that's all, though I wish the girl didn't see this, he muttered, before sighing to himself. Well whatever. Hey, kid, can you keep a secret? All Might asked Amy, who nodded. She was a great secret keeper, unless it came to her feelings for Sonic. Oh my god, Sonic. Where is he? Is he alright? What about Tails, or Knuckles? Oh god, I hope that they're safe, she thought to herself, before she snapped out of her train of thought, seeing Izuku fall to his knees, gripping his chest. All Might stood over him, holding his hand out. You too can be a hero. Sonic walked into the room where Momo was. Momo looked up from her work, curiosity evident in her eyes. Sonic, I've been wondering, where exactly do you come from? And how did you end up here? She asked. Sonic took a deep breath, knowing it was time to explain everything. It's a long story, Momo, but I'll tell you everything. Sonic settled into a chair, his blue quills catching the light. I come from a world called Mobius. It's a place unlike any you've ever seen, full of diverse landscapes and incredible adventures. There, I have friends who are like family to me, Tails, Knuckles, Amy, and many others. We spend our days protecting our world from the evil schemes of Dr. Robotnik, or as we call him, Eggman. Momo listened intently, fascinated by the vivid descriptions of Mobius. How did you end up here? She asked. Sonic sighed, his expression turning serious. One day, Eggman created a powerful device powered by the Master Emeralds. During a battle, I destroyed the device. The explosion created a portal that pulled everyone into this world. We landed here with no way to return. Momo's eyes widened in surprise. That sounds terrifying. How have you been coping with being stuck here? Sonic smiled, a mix of determination and sadness in his eyes. It's been tough, but I've managed. I've met some amazing people, like you and hopefully that Izuku guy. You've helped me adjust. Quote. Momo reached out, placing a comforting hand on Sonic's arm. I'm glad you told me this, Sonic. We're here to help you in any way we can. Maybe we can find a way to get you back to Mobius. Sonic nodded, grateful for her support. Thanks, Momo. I appreciate that. For now, though, I want to make the most of my time here and help out wherever I can. As they continued to talk, Sonic felt a deepening bond with Momo. He realized that even though he was far from home, he had found a new kind of family here. Sonic's story had opened a new chapter in their lives, one filled with hope, adventure, and the promise of a brighter future. Izuku wiped his tears away. Kid, you gotta stop doing that, said All Might, scratching his neck. All Might leaned down, putting a hand up to his mouth, whispered. You're making a fool of yourself in front of your girlfriend. All Might winked. Izuku blushed a bright red at All Might, thinking that they were a couple. How can I forget? Said All Might without asking, reached into Izuku's backpack, took out his phone. He opened the messaging app and tapped it against his own phone. A chime came from both phones. All Might put the phone back in Izuku's backpack and straightened back up. Now you have my number. I will text you the location to meet me for training. Get some rest, good night. With that, All Might walked away, still leaving a stuttering red-faced boy. Izuku finally settled down and noticed they were both walking together towards Izuku's home, with both Izuku and Amy thinking about what happened today and something else. Izuku was thinking about All Might and the fact that he told him that he could be a hero and that he was going to give him his quirk One for All, a legendary quirk passed down through generations, as well as the training. Amy on the other hand wondered where she was and how Izuku's hand felt similar to Sonic's. She felt the same comforting warmth and everything else that she loved about holding Sonic's hand, except the fact that Sonic's dwarfed hers while Izuku's felt snug and the same size as her own minus the gloves she was wearing. She wondered why taking off her gloves was taboo in her own world and is only taken off with someone that was officially her boyfriend or the one she married, and sometimes when she was young with family. Izuku stopped in front of his apartment. He took a deep breath before entering with Amy by his side. They walked up the stairs. Izuku stopped in front of his door. Izuku was shaking as he heard humming from the other side. Izuku gripped the doorknob and twisted. The door swung open as both went inside. His mom waved at him from the kitchen as she went back to cooking before looking at them again. His mom stopped what she was doing and looked before tears streamed down her face. She spoke, "My baby has a girlfriend," before passing out, falling to the floor. Both Izuku and Amy both looked at each other, with Izuku's face began to blush deeply over the fact that Izuku's mom's first thought was that they were dating, but they both were more concerned about Inko because she had passed out, and Amy was concerned about both what Izuku's mom just said because Amy can't understand Japanese yet and she worried about Izuku's mom. After they both carried Inko carefully and gently put her on her bed with both Izuku and Amy let out a sigh of relief that she was okay before Amy then asked, "Hey Izuku, what did she say before she passed out anyway?" Izuku then blushed deeply when she asked him that before answering her question. Well, it's just, she thought, that why you were, my girlfriend. When Izuku had finished talking, Amy was blushing a deep shade of red, with her quickly covering her face with her hands with embarrassment before trying to act like she wasn't blushing deeply before saying, why did she think that? Well, it's because I've never had any friends to invite over, and I guess when I brought you over she thought that you're my girlfriend on first thought, Izuku said, and that Amy's blush quickly faded when she understood why his mom passed out. But Amy then looked at Izuku with a sympathetic look before asking, do you not have any friends? Amy asked, with Izuku just looking down before saying, and no, I don't. After hearing this she was sad for a moment before Amy smiled and offered her hand to Izuku before saying, then I'll be your friend Izuku, Amy said to Izuku, making him blush deeply. Are you sure you want to be my friend, Amy? Amy was a little bit sad that he didn't expect without hesitation, but she shook it off before confirming, of course I want to be your friend Izuku. But I understand if you don't want to be friends with me. Amy was quickly cut off by Izuku surprisingly hugging her. Of course I want to be friends with you, Amy, but I wasn't sure if you were okay with that. Izuku then blushed deeply as Amy hugged him back. Just because you're quirkless doesn't mean I'm not going to want to be friends with you, Izuku. I mean, you're very kind and nice. Even though you're a nerd, you're really amazing for trying to save me from that sludge villain, and I really want to be friends with you in general. Inko Midoriya sat at the kitchen table, her eyes wide with surprise as Izuku and Amy stood before her. Mom, this is Amy. We just wanted to clarify that we aren't dating, Izuku began nervously. Amy nodded, her pink quills bobbing slightly. Yeah, we're just friends. And I was wondering if I could stay here for a while. I'm from somewhere far away, and was hit by one of those quirk things, so I don't really know where I live, so I don't have a place to stay at the moment. Amy added, her voice tinged with hope. Inko's surprised expression softened into a warm smile. Of course, Amy. You can stay for as long as you need, she replied without hesitation. Amy's face lit up with gratitude. After the conversation, Amy decided to take a shower. Izuku rummaged through his drawers, finding an oversized shirt and a pair of shorts for her. He walked to the bathroom and was about to leave the clothes outside the door when it suddenly opened. There stood Amy, wrapped in a towel, her eyes wide with surprise. Izuku's face turned crimson as he stammered, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Amy giggled, her cheeks flushing pink. It's fine, Izuku. I know it was an accident, she reassured him. Still embarrassed, Izuku handed her the clothes and quickly retreated to his room. When Amy exited the bathroom, fully clothed once more, Izuku couldn't help but stare. The way the shirt that was clearly too big for her taped off over legs that were fully hidden by her shorts. She looked absolutely adorable. It looked like a boyfriend lending a shirt a few sizes too large to his girlfriend, and not that that was what this was or anything. Izuku felt his face heat up as he stared at the sight of Amy in the oversized shirt, and he couldn't help but save the sight in his head. Does that fit you all right?" he asked, and Amy looked down, grabbing the hem of the shirt that ended at her thighs. "No, but it's really comfy. Thank you, Izuku," she said, smiling happily at the boy, who blushed, not used to a girl, or anyone for that matter talking to him with anything other than disdain. "Oh, of course, Amy, I'm glad to help, and it looks really nice on you," he said, making Amy's face light up in a tint of pink that almost blended in with her quills. She looked down, grasping at the hem of the shirt again to mitigate her embarrassment, making the sight even more adorable. "Gee, thank you," she mumbled, and Izuku nodded, quickly walking away, not wanting to embarrass himself further. Later that night, Amy smiled, sitting on the futon, before she paused, her smile waning. Izuku noticed her slightly upset look, frowning in concern. "Amy, are you all right?" he asked, making her flinch, realizing that she had accidentally showed her sadness to Izuku. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just thinking, that's all," she said, and while Izuku could have just left it at that and went to sleep, he couldn't just sit by and allow someone to stew in their own thoughts. He knew how it felt to be trapped in his own head, and it wasn't the best feeling in the world. "Well, do you mind sharing? Why you don't need to if you're not okay with it. Privacy is really important after all and I don't want to intrude," he started, being cut off as Amy giggled at him, smiling at his endearing personality. "You're all right, Izuku. I'm just, well, I come from a different world, called Mobius. It's a really nice place, and while we don't have quirks there, we have so many incredible things, but you've been great, and I don't want to seem ungrateful for what you've done, but I miss home. I miss the landscapes that I've grown up around, I miss my friends, and sorry, I'm rambling, I should really go to sleep," she said, shaking her head and moving to lay down, it for Izuku to place his hand in her leg, staring at her in concern. "No, I completely understand. It can be really difficult to adjust to something new, especially when it was thrust upon you without any context. This is kind of embarrassing, but one time when I was younger, I had to babysit a kid. My mom's friend just kind of showed up and dropped him off. I don't really have any experience with kids, so I just watched him. I remember panicking really hard when he started crying and I did so many things to try and cheer him up. I even resorted to pretending to fall over to make him laugh, but then I actually hurt myself and then I was crying. Luckily he found it funny, but it really hurt. I dislocated my leg and couldn't walk normally for a week," Izuku said, and Amy burst out laughing at his story. He blushed as she laughed, looking away in embarrassment, before Amy sighed, wiping away a tear as she regained her composure. Sorry, but you hurt yourself by trying to make a baby laugh. Why would you just stare at him?" she asked, and Izuku felt his face heat up even further. I don't know, I was panicking. I'd never done that before, and after that I promised myself that I'd never do it again. I didn't even get paid for it," he said, looking away with a look that showed that he was still upset about that. Amy sighed, before smiling at Izuku. "Thank you for that. I feel a lot better now. I think I needed that. Can I sleep in your bed?" she asked, making Izuku freeze, tilting his head. She blushed, flailing her arms through the air. "And not like that. I don't really. I have nightmares when I don't have something solid to grab onto. It needs to be large enough to wrap my arms around, so a normal teddy bear won't work. I don't know if you have any giant stuffed animals around here, but if you do then now is the time to show them off," she mumbled, and Izuku silently shook his head, before moving over. "Why you can sleep with me," he whispered, his voice barely audible. Amy looked down, quickly crawling into the bed and ignoring how sweaty her hands were, before she slowly moved her arms, grabbing into Izuku, who flinched at the contact. Are you "Are you comfortable?" he asked, and she nodded against his shoulder. That's nice," Amy said before closing her eyes. Good night, Amy," he whispered, and Amy closed her eyes, already closer to sleep than ever. "Good night, Izuku," she mumbled, before she was out like a light. Izuku turned to her, staring at her as she began snoring softly, and his lips quirked up into an amused smile. "It's like an evolved version of jet fuel. I guess teleporting to a different world does that to you, not what I would know," he mumbled, before he closed his eyes, slowly getting used to the feeling of Amy's arms around him, falling asleep within minutes. Unbeknownst to the either of them, the door slowly creaked open, and a grinning Inko held up a small camera, taking a picture of them. "This is so going on the fridge," she whispered to herself, before she closed the door silently, walking away with a giddy giggle. Sonic and Momo were flipping through TV channels when Sonic suddenly shouted, "Amy!" Momo quickly switched back to the news channel from Musudafu, where the screen showed the distinct pink quills of Amy Rose trapped in the clutches of a sludge villain. The news anchor reported, "Thanks to All Might, the hostage was saved." The footage displayed All Might rushing in and punching the villain, with a green-haired boy present for some reason. Reporters swarmed All Might as Sonic noticed the green-haired boy comforting Amy. His sensitive ears caught a faint sound from the recording. "I tried to save you, but I wasn't strong enough." Sonic smiled, feeling relieved that Amy had finally stopped chasing him. Turning to Momo, he said, "Amy doesn't have any extra clothes right now, and I want to give something to that green-haired boy." Momo smiled back, "I don't mind. It's your friend, after all." Momo led Sonic to the computer room and started searching for a nearby shop in Musudafu, picking the most expensive one. She navigated through the website, showing various wares. "Amy is a hedgehog like me, so I don't know if her size is there," Sonic remarked. Momo pressed a few buttons, revealing a section specifically for hedgehogs. "No, these aren't right," said Sonic, humming as he inspected the catalog, before he snapped his fingers, gazing at a crimson dress with white ends. It looked similar to her normal dress, only it had slightly darker colors and thicker shoulder straps. Sonic told Momo to choose that dress for Amy and turned away while Momo handled the undergarments. Momo clicked the custom button. Sonic gave Amy's measurements, before the two continued browsing, making sure to get Amy some casual wear as well. Next, they focused on the green-haired boy's reward. From the news footage, Momo deduced the boy's size and his admiration for All Might. She added every limited edition All Might hoodie available. The 5th, 10th, 15th, and 20th anniversary editions, each patterned after All Might's hero costumes over the years. She also included All Might-style headphones in the cart. "I still don't know where they live," Momo admitted. Sonic smiled confidently, "Leave it to me." Momo selected the pickup option and placed the order. A few hours later, the items were ready. Momo searched online for past yearbooks until she found the green-haired boy's last name, Izuku Midoriya. With Momo's help, Sonic strapped a GPS-equipped watch to his arm. Sonic waved goodbye and sped to the shop, arriving in just 30 minutes. He then zoomed around apartments, reading mailboxes until he found the right one. Upon locating Izuku's apartment, Sonic asked for the room number, walked up the stairs, and placed the life-size package in front of the door. He quickly wrote a message before ringing the doorbell and dashing back to the mansion. Amy woke up. She needed to use the bathroom. She got up following the path without opening her eyes. Her body moved along, still numb from sleep. Once done, she fumbled around until she turned on the water. She found the soap. She washed her hands, eyes still closed. As she got back in bed, was my bed always this tall? The thought quickly vanished. She felt warm as she was embraced by the warm arms of sleep. Inko checked up on them. She was shocked, but she smiled and took a picture closing the door. She let out a happy noise. The next day the morning light filtered through the curtains, casting a gentle glow on the room. Izuku woke up, feeling something round and squishy pressed against his chest. As he breathed in, he was enveloped by the sweet scent of cotton candy. Still half asleep, he felt a sense of warmth and comfort. Amy, equally warm and comfortable, smiled in her sleep. The delightful scent of green tea filled her senses. However, she also felt something poking her between her legs. Instinctively, She let out a soft moan, which was mirrored by Izuku. Both their eyes shot open simultaneously, and they found themselves staring into each other's eyes, faces inches apart. The realization of their intimate position hit them hard. Izuku was acutely aware of Amy's chest pressed against him, and Amy couldn't ignore the situation between her legs. Izuku, Amy stammered, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. Amy, Izuku echoed, equally flustered. They quickly scrambled apart, each trying to regain their composure. "I'm so sorry," they both exclaimed at the same time, their voices overlapping in their panic. Izuku sat up, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. "I didn't mean to. I wasn't trying to," he stammered, his face burning with embarrassment. Amy, equally embarrassed, pulled her knees to her chest. "It's okay, Izuku. I know it was an accident. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable," she said, her voice soft. They sat there for a moment, the awkwardness hanging in the air. But gradually, the tension began to ease as they realized that neither of them had meant for the situation to happen. Izuku took a deep breath, looking at Amy with sincerity. "Let's just forget about it, okay? It was just an accident." Amy nodded, her expression softening. "Yeah, let's forget about it. No harm done," she agreed, managing a small smile. Despite the awkward start to the morning, the incident seemed to bring them closer together. As they got ready for the day, they found themselves stealing shy glances at each other. The memory of the morning still lingered in their minds, but instead of creating distance, it seemed to have deepened their connection. Izuku looked over at Amy, his heart swelling with affection. "Ready to tackle another day?" he asked, his voice filled with determination. Amy smiled back, her eyes sparkling. "Absolutely. Let's do this," she replied, feeling more connected to Izuku than ever before. They both exited their room as Inko was humming a tune making breakfast. She looked over at them with a knowing smile. "Izuku, could you please get out the milk from the fridge, please? And Amy, could you get out the whipped cream?" said Inko. Amy and Izuku neared the fridge. Their eyes caught sight of a picture on the fridge of them from last night. They looked like a perfect couple. They both blushed as they got out the whipped cream and milk. There came a knocking at the door. Izuku opened the door, spotting the package in front and looking down at it, kneeling and grabbing the note, reading it to himself. "Hey Amy. Saw you on the news and thought you could use some clothes. P.S. I hope that green-haired kid is taking care of you, and there's a little something inside this for him as well. We should all meet up at the Yaoyorozu Manor sometime. Signed Sonic the Hedgehog and Momo Yaoyorozu," he read, his eyes widening. "Like the Momo Yaoyorozu? I need to bring this to Amy," he said, huffing in effort, his thin arms stressing as he lifted the heavy package, bringing it inside. Amy was sitting on the couch as the package was placed on the coffee table. The coffee table wobbled under the weight of the package. Izuku looked at the package in the light and his heart froze. It was from one of the expensive places he dreamed he had money to spend. Izuku opened the package, still thinking of the expensive place. He knew what items he would kill for. The limited All Might hoodies. He would die if he touched the holy relics. He felt something soft brush up against his hand. He looked down and he fainted on the spot. "Izuku, are you awake?" "You fainted when you opened the box," Amy said, straddling him. Izuku's eyes fluttered open, his cheeks turning crimson as he realized their position. "I had the weirdest dream that we got a package of limited All Might hoodies. Or was it your undergarments, or was it a B box of condoms?" Izuku stammered, blushing. "All three," Amy squeaked, her face mirroring his embarrassment. They quickly disentangled themselves and stood up. Amy took a deep breath and composed herself. "I hung up your hoodies in your closet, and I hid the condoms so your mother doesn't faint like you did and getting the wrong idea. I also moved the package to my side of the room since it was mine," she said, winking. Izuku's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Trying to distract himself, Izuku went into their room and opened the closet. The light from the pristine All Might hoodies seemed almost holy. As if the sight wasn't enough, he received a text from the man himself, which he initially ignored in his awe. "I have all four," he mumbled to himself. "They say the hoodies are made from the same material as his hero costume. If that's true, it means they're stab-proof, fire-resistant, and bulletproof." His phone suddenly started ringing, interrupting his thoughts. "A phone call is here. A phone call is here." Izuku fumbled with his phone, trying to steady his nerves before answering, hello? Young Midoriya. All Might's booming voice came through the phone, full of energy and warmth. Did you forget about our training for UA? Izuku's heart skipped a beat. All Might. I'm sorry, I got a bit distracted, there's a lot going on. All Might chuckled. No worries, my boy, but remember, dedication and focus are key. I'll see you soon for training. Izuku nodded, even though All Might couldn't see him. All Might. I'll be there on time. As he hung up, he looked over at Amy, who was smiling supportively. Ready to face the day? She asked. Izuku smiled back, feeling a surge of determination. Yeah, let's do this. With renewed energy, Izuku and Amy started preparing for the day. Amy helped Izuku organize his new hoodies while making sure the room was tidy. As they got ready to head out, Izuku couldn't help but feel grateful for Amy's presence. Despite the challenges and the strange occurrences, he knew they would support each other no matter what. With All Might's training ahead and the mysteries of Mobius still fresh in their minds, they faced the future together, ready for whatever came next. Izuku and Amy jogged to the address on Izuku's phone, stopping as they reached the steps leading down to Dagoba Beach, now a trash heap. The All Might 5th anniversary hoodie felt big around his arms and chest, but it gave him a sense of pride and motivation. All Might walked up to them, his towering figure casting a long shadow. Almost didn't recognize you, young Midoriya. I thought I saw a rich kid here. Did you rob the nearest store, young Midoriya? All Might said, pointing at the All Might hoodie. Izuku waved his hands defensively. This is a gift from one of Amy's friends, he explained. On a first-name basis with Miss Rose, young Midoriya. Well, it looks rather big on you, but after my training, it will fit nicely, All Might said, giving his iconic laugh. Both Amy and Izuku blushed from All Might's comment. In order to inherit my power, you will need muscle. Otherwise, your arms and legs will pop off from even a small % of my power. That is why you will be cleaning this beach, restoring it to its glory, gaining muscle, and also doing community service you can add to your UA resume, All Might explained. He jumped down to the trash-covered beach and crumpled a fridge with no effort. Izuku stared in awe and determination. Yes, All Might, I'll do my best, he exclaimed, his voice filled with resolve. Amy looked at the trash-strewn beach and then at Izuku. I'll help too. You don't have to do this alone, she said, giving him a supportive smile. Izuku and Amy started working on the beach cleanup. They lifted heavy objects, sorted through piles of trash, and slowly began to make a visible difference. Amy's agility and Izuku's determination made them a great team. Izuku wiped the sweat from his forehead, the oversized hoodie left in All Might's pickup. Izuku was now in a tank top. This is harder than I thought, but it feels good to be doing something productive, he said, glancing at Amy. Amy nodded, her pink quills glistening with sweat. Back in Mobius, we always worked together to fight off Eggman's schemes. This feels kind of similar, she said, smiling. As the sun began to set, All Might called them over. Excellent work, both of you. Keep this up, and you'll be ready in no time, he praised, his voice full of encouragement. Izuku and Amy stood side by side, looking at the progress they had made. The beach was far from clean, but it was a good start. They both felt a sense of accomplishment and a growing bond of friendship. All Might, thank you for believing in us, Izuku said earnestly. All Might placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. I see great potential in you, young Midoriya. Keep pushing forward, and you'll achieve greatness, he said, giving them both a reassuring smile. As they headed home, Izuku felt more determined than ever. With Amy by his side and All Might's guidance, he knew they could overcome any challenge that lay ahead. It was Monday morning, and Izuku stood in front of his closet, looking at his new All Might hoodies with a mix of pride and sadness. I can't take you with me to school, he muttered to the hoodies. You would get stolen, but I would be protected. Behind him, Amy giggled. Talking to your hoodies again. Izuku blushed, quickly shutting the closet. They're special, you know. Izuku and Amy made their way to Aldera Junior High School. Izuku carried Amy's paperwork, complete with forged signatures. They had learned that Amy was adopted by a Mobian named Vanilla after her village was burned down when she first encountered Dr. Eggman. They had put down that she had a mutation quirk and was an exchange student from America, still learning Japanese. They walked to the principal's office and handed in the papers. The principal, a kind and understanding man, accepted them with a smile. "Well, Amy, I will call someone to show you around," he said warmly. The principal turned to Izuku, his tone becoming more authoritative. "Deku, you are missing class. Now go." Izuku nodded and left the principal's office, walking down the hallway to his classroom. He sat down, took out his things, and began writing as the teacher droned on. His mind, however, was on Amy and how she was settling in. Suddenly, the intercom crackled to life. "Deku, could you come down to the principal's office, please?" Izuku rolled his eyes as he packed up his things, ignoring Bakugo's jeers. He made his way back down the hallway, knocking on the principal's door. "Yes, principal," he said as he entered. The principal smirked. "Ah, good, Deku. I need your help. I want you to show Miss Amy here around the school." They both knew what he had done. There was nothing for Izuku to do. Izuku couldn't help but smile at the sight of Amy. "Sure thing, principal." As they left the office, Amy looked at Izuku with a grateful smile. "Thanks for helping me out, Izuku." Izuku blushed slightly. "No problem, Amy. Let's start with the basics." They walked through the hallways, Izuku pointing out various classrooms, the library, the cafeteria, and other important places. As they walked, they chatted about their plans and how they would support each other through the school year. "This is the gym," Izuku said, opening the doors to reveal a spacious area filled with sports equipment. "We have PE here, and it's also where we have assemblies." Amy nodded, taking it all in. "This place is huge. It's so different from what I'm used to." Eventually, they arrived at their classroom. Izuku opened the door and led Amy inside. The students turned to look, curiosity evident in their eyes. Bakugo sneered, but Izuku ignored him, focusing on making Amy feel welcome. "This is our classroom," Izuku said, gesturing around. "You'll sit over here." Amy took her seat, and the teacher introduced her to the class. "Class, we have a new student today. This is Amy. She's an exchange student from America, so let's all make her feel welcome." The students murmured greetings, and Amy smiled, feeling a little more at ease. Izuku took his seat next to her, giving her an encouraging nod. As the last bell rang, Izuku packed his things while Amy waited for him by the door. The school day had been long, and both of them were ready to head home. They stepped outside the school, feeling the cool afternoon breeze. As they walked towards the gate, Bakugo and a group of other students blocked their path. Bakugo sneered, his usual hostility evident. "Hey, Deku, think you're special because you showed the new girl around," he taunted, shoving Izuku hard enough to make him stumble. Amy stepped forward, glaring at Bakugo. "Leave him alone, Bakugo." Bakugo ignored her, continuing to harass Izuku. The other students joined in, pushing and jeering at him. Amy tried to intervene, but Bakugo's gang pushed her away, not wanting to deal with her. After a few more moments, Bakugo and his group finally left, laughing and mocking Izuku. Amy hurried to his side, helping him up. Izuku's face was flushed, both from the physical blows and the embarrassment. As they walked home, Amy spoke softly. "Izuku, you need to tell your mom about this. She deserves to know what's happening to you." Izuku sighed, his shoulders slumping. "I don't want to worry her. She's been through enough already." Amy nodded, understanding but firm. "I get that, but she loves you. She needs to know so she can help. Besides, you can't handle this alone forever." Izuku looked at Amy, seeing the concern in her eyes. "You were bullied too, back in Mobius." Amy nodded, her expression somber. "Yeah, I was. After my village was burned down, I had to live in different places. Some kids were mean because I was different. Vanilla always told me to stand up for myself, but it was hard. Eventually, I found friends who stood by me, like Sonic and Tails." They arrived at Izuku's house, and as they stepped inside, Inko greeted them warmly. "Welcome home. How was school?" Izuku forced a smile, trying to hide his discomfort. "It was okay, Mom." Amy watched the interaction, her heart aching for Izuku. Once they were in his room, she gently took his hand. "You should really tell her, Izuku." Izuku sighed again, his eyes meeting Amy's. "I know. I just don't want to seem weak. Amy squeezed his hand, her voice soft but insistent. You're not weak, Izuku. You're one of the strongest people I know. Telling your mom isn't a sign of weakness, it's a sign of strength. It shows you're willing to face your problems and seek help. 1 month had passed, and their hard work had paid off. They had cleared a path from the stairs to the shore, making the beach look significantly better. The progress was evident, and the bond between Izuku and Amy grew stronger each day. The peaceful morning was shattered by a sudden scream. Izuku's heart skipped a beat as he recognized the voice. It was Amy. He turned quickly to see her clutching her hand, blood dripping from a fresh cut caused by a piece of sharp metal. Without hesitation, Izuku grabbed the med kit and sprinted over to her. Amy, are you okay? He asked, worried evident in his voice. Amy winced, holding her injured hand. I cut myself on a piece of metal. I wasn't paying attention, she admitted, trying to stay calm despite the pain. Izuku knelt beside her, opening the med kit. Let me see, he said gently, taking her hand carefully. The cut was deep but not too severe. We need to clean this up and bandage it properly, he instructed. He quickly disinfected the wound, making sure it was clean before applying a bandage. Hold still, this might sting a bit, he warned as he applied the antiseptic. Amy bit her lip but nodded. Thank you, Izuku, she said softly, grateful for his help. Once the bandage was secure, Izuku looked at her with concern. You need to be more careful, Amy. We don't want you getting hurt, he said, his tone a mix of worry and relief. Amy smiled weakly, her hand now properly bandaged. I know, I'll be more careful, thank you for taking care of me, she replied, her eyes reflecting her gratitude. Izuku helped her to her feet. Let's take a break for a bit. You should rest, he suggested, guiding her to a nearby bench. As they sat together, Izuku couldn't help but feel a surge of protectiveness towards Amy. The months of working together, sharing stories, and supporting each other had brought them incredibly close. Amy, you mean a lot to me. I don't want anything bad to happen to you, Izuku confessed, his voice sincere. Amy looked at him, her heart swelling with affection. I feel the same way, Izuku. You've been my rock since I arrived here, she admitted, reaching out to hold his hand. That evening, Amy stood in front of the mirror, examining her reflection. Her shirt, which used to fit comfortably, now seemed tighter around her chest. She frowned, tugging at the fabric. Did they get bigger again? She mumbled to herself, frustration evident in her voice. Izuku was brushing his teeth nearby, and Amy's comment caught him completely off guard. He spat out the toothpaste, turning to her with wide eyes, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. What? He exclaimed, his voice muffled by his still full mouth. Amy looked at him, equally surprised and embarrassed. Izuku, I didn't mean for you to hear that, she said, her cheeks flushing pink. Izuku quickly rinsed his mouth, trying to regain his composure. Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, he stammered, awkwardly rubbing the back of his neck. They both stood there for a moment, the air thick with awkwardness. Amy finally broke the silence, laughing nervously. It's okay, Izuku. I guess this training has been affecting both of us, she said, trying to ease the tension. Izuku nodded, his face still red. Yeah, I guess so. You've been working really hard, he said, offering her a shy smile. Amy smiled back, appreciating his attempt to make her feel better. Thanks, Izuku. And, sorry for the awkward moment, she added, her cheeks still a bit pink. Izuku couldn't help but think of a playful way to get back at Amy. He noticed how Amy's comment had caught him off guard, and he decided to give her a taste of her own medicine. As Amy brushed her teeth in front of the bathroom mirror, Izuku seized the opportunity. He walked into the bathroom, a mischievous grin on his face. Hey, Amy, mind if I change my shirt here? He asked nonchalantly, not waiting for an answer. Amy, her mouth full of toothpaste, could only nod in response. She continued brushing, but her eyes widened in surprise as Izuku began removing his shirt in front of the mirror. His well-toned muscles, a result of their rigorous training, were on full display. What? Amy mumbled through her toothbrush, her face turning a bright shade of red. She quickly spit out the toothpaste, eyes fixed on Izuku's reflection. Izuku, what are you doing? She managed to say, clearly flustered. Izuku chuckled, enjoying her reaction. Just returning the favor, he said with a wink, grabbing a fresh shirt and putting it on. How does it feel to be caught off guard? Amy couldn't help but laugh, shaking her head in disbelief. Okay, I deserved that, she admitted, still blushing. You got me good. Izuku grinned, feeling a sense of satisfaction. We're even now, he said, his tone playful. As they finished their nightly routine, the awkwardness from the previous incident seemed to dissipate, replaced by a newfound ease between them. They had managed to turn an embarrassing moment into something they could laugh about together. The next morning was Amy's Japanese lessons. Izuku and Inko sat across from her. Okay, what does this mean? Said Izuku, holding up an item. Amy replied in Japanese. Later in the day, Amy was in the kitchen with Inko as she helped Amy cook Japanese dishes. This is one of the dishes Izuku likes, so try to make it perfect, so you can make it for him when you live together. Amy blushed. Izuku walked into the kitchen. Izuku finally found the courage to tell his mother, Inko, about the bullying he had been enduring. Mom, there's something important I need to talk to you about, Izuku began, his voice steady but filled with emotion. Inko took a seat at the kitchen table. Inko looked at him with concern, sensing the seriousness of his tone. What is it, Izuku? Izuku took a deep breath and started to explain everything. He told her about the relentless bullying from Bakugo and other students, the physical and emotional pain it caused, and how Amy had been supporting him through it all. Inko listened intently, her eyes filling with tears. Oh, Izuku, I'm so sorry you've been going through this. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Izuku sighed. I didn't want to worry you, and I thought I could handle it. But Amy helped me realize that I can't do it alone. Inko reached out and hugged him tightly. I'm so proud of you for telling me. We'll figure this out together. However, as they discussed possible solutions, a significant challenge emerged. Inko wanted to move Izuku to a different school to keep him safe, but Izuku explained the complications. Mom, if I transfer to a different school, I might not be able to get into UA High School, and this is the only school that allowed late arrivals, so Amy wouldn't have joined otherwise, Izuku explained, looking down. Inko frowned, understanding the dilemma. I understand, Izuku. Your dream of becoming a hero is so important, and we can't jeopardize that. But we need to find a way to protect you. Amy spoke up. It's fine. Inko, you don't have to worry. Izuku's pain tolerance is high. That was not the right thing to say as Inko flooded the apartment thinking about how she was a bad parent for not noticing Izuku's injuries over the years. Enjoy the Totino's pizza rolls, Sonic, Eggman cackled, his sinister laugh echoing in Sonic's ears. Sonic found himself sinking, surrounded by an overwhelming sea of pizza rolls. He struggled to stay afloat, gasping for air as the rolls pressed in around him. In the midst of his struggle, he imagined Tails' voice, a beacon of hope. You can do it, Sonic. You can beat the Totinos. But the weight of the pizza rolls was too much. Sonic felt himself sinking deeper, the air being squeezed from his lungs. Desperately, he tried to breathe, but only inhaled more pizza rolls. Panic set in as he gasped for air. Before he narrowed his eyes in determination, curling into a ball and preparing his signature move, the spindish. His body glowed with power as he continued to build up energy, before shooting off as a streak of blue, cutting through the boiling hot pizza rolls like a knife through butter. He burst out of the mountain containing him and the deadly Totino's trap, zooming across Mobius at the speed of light. Eggman, who was flying towards his secret base, a smirk on his face, paused as he heard the familiar zip of that irritating hedgehog. He turned around, just barely catching the blue streak as it flew by him, heading directly for his base. He growled, speaking into the comms link in his Eggmobile. Prepare my secret weapon. Sonic jolted awake, drenched in sweat. His heart raced as he realized it was just a dream. He sat up, taking deep breaths to calm himself. The room was dark and quiet, a stark contrast to the chaos of his nightmare. He rubbed his eyes, trying to shake off the lingering feeling of suffocation. What a bizarre dream, he muttered to himself, running a hand through his quills. The image of Eggman and the suffocating pizza rolls faded, replaced by the comforting reality of his surroundings. Just then, he saw a shadow move in the corner of his room. He paused, narrowing his eyes at the shadow, before an eerie grin appeared. "There are only 5 rings at Walmart, Sonic," Eggman said, holding a box of the dreaded Totinos. Sonic screamed in fear as Eggman slowly approached, cackling as he ripped open the box of pizza rolls. Sonic woke up screaming, his heart pounding in his chest. This time, the scream was loud enough to alert the entire house. Momo, hearing his distress, ran into his room, her face full of concern. "Sonic, are you okay?" she asked, rushing to his side. Sonic took a few deep breaths, trying to calm down. I had a really bad dream," he admitted, still shaken. Momo sat beside him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "It sounded like it was really scary. Do you want to talk about it?" Sonic hesitated for a moment before nodding. It was about Eggman and pizza rolls. It sounds silly, but it felt so real and terrifying. Momo smiled softly, her presence calming. "Nightmares can be really intense, even if they seem silly when you talk about them. But remember, it was just a dream. Eggman isn't here, and you're safe." Quote. Sonic nodded, feeling a bit more at ease. "Thanks, Momo. I guess I just needed to hear that." Momo walked away then stopped. "The nightmare probably happened from all the Totino's pizza rolls you ate." Leaving behind Sonic, who had a new fear. The sweltering heat of July bore down in the classroom, making it difficult for the students to focus. Fans whirred ineffectively, and the air was thick with the promise of summer. The door creaked open, and the teacher walked in carrying a stack of papers. "Here are the Term 1 study guides," the teacher announced, placing the stack on the desk. The students groaned softly, knowing what was coming next. One student raised their hand, and the teacher, anticipating the question, nodded. "Yes, as usual, the study guides are numbered with questions. You will have to answer these questions. There won't be any cheating. The test will go in a random order, contrary to the study guide," the teacher explained. Another hand shot up. The teacher sighed, expecting this question too. "Yes, I will allow you to pair up to fill out the sheet, but remember, studying will benefit you individually," he emphasized. Izuku turned to Amy, who was sitting next to him. "Do you want to pair up for the study guide?" he asked, already knowing her answer. Amy smiled, nodding. "Of course, Izuku. We can help each other out," she replied. They both gathered their materials and moved their desks closer together. The rest of the class followed suit, pairing up with their chosen partners. As they started working on the study guide, the heat seemed to make time slow down. Izuku and Amy diligently went through the questions, discussing answers and explaining concepts to each other. "This one is tricky," Amy said, pointing to a particularly difficult question. "Do you remember the formula for this?" Izuku nodded, leaning closer to help her understand. "Yeah, it's like this," he began, explaining the steps in detail. Despite the oppressive heat, Izuku and Amy found themselves enjoying the process of studying together. They shared notes, clarified doubts, and even laughed at some of the more absurd questions. "This isn't so bad," Izuku admitted, wiping sweat from his brow. "Working with you makes it a lot easier." Amy smiled warmly. "I feel the same way, Izuku. We make a great team," she said, feeling a sense of camaraderie and mutual support. As they continued working through the study guide, they made a plan. They would study together every day after school, balancing their time between beach cleanup, training, and preparing for the upcoming test. "We've got this," Amy said confidently. "We've handled tougher challenges. A test is nothing compared to cleaning up that beach." Izuku nodded in agreement. "Exactly. And we'll keep each other on track," he added, feeling more determined than ever. The teacher walked around the classroom, observing the students. He paused by Izuku and Amy, noting their focused effort and teamwork. "Good job, you two. Keep up the hard work," he said, offering a rare smile of encouragement. Both Izuku and Amy beamed, feeling a sense of accomplishment. They knew that their dedication and partnership would see them through any challenge, academic or otherwise. As the class continued, the heat remained oppressive, but the students persevered. Izuku and Amy, in particular, felt a renewed sense of purpose. After class, they packed up their materials, ready to head to Quirk History, their final class then the beach for another round of cleanup and training. They stepped out into the hallway as one or two boys walked up to them taking notice of Amy's curvy figure. "Hey beautiful, ditch this quirkless and hang with us," said the boy with a bug mutation. "Yeah, we will sure rock your world," said boy 2 with a morphing quirk that only can change one part of his body. As his fingers became long and started vibrating. "Yeah, I wonder if our two species could mate," finished the boy with the bug mutation, clicking together his pincers as his wings buzzed behind him. Amy gulped at what they just said. Izuku, who heard what they said to Amy and that made him angry, and stepped up to the two boys and got between them and Amy. "Leave her alone, she's not going with you creeps," said Izuku. The boys were stunned when Izuku yelled, but they recomposed themselves. "What are you going to do about it?" "Use your quirk." "Oh wait, you don't have one," said the boy with the bug mutation, making insect sounds, which was his way of laughing. As the other boy's hand morphed into an axe. "What seems to be the problem here?" said a familiar voice. They looked up to see the vice principal walking toward them with Amy by his side. "Fighting in the hallways, are we?" "Detention. Using quirks to attack an unarmed civilian, I see. Looks like both of you would be in juvie," said the vice principal. The two boys paled. "Well, I let that one slide. After all, you got class to go to," said the vice principal, checking his watch. The two boys scurried off to class, leaving behind Amy, Izuku and the vice principal. Amy bowed. "Thanks, sir, for saving my friend," she said. Izuku shook his head. The simile on the vice principal's face turned into a scowl. "You got it all wrong. I only care about those star students right there. Having them kill a student of any kind, even this piece of trash. They would end up in prison. How else would we get recognized? I hope his kind just go die in a ditch," said the vice principal, leaving behind Amy with her mouth open. Izuku dragged Amy along, answering the obvious question with, "You'll get used to it. At least you have a quirk, or at least it looks like you have one. But in the pecking order of this school you are next to me. Worthless with no actual physical abilities, you would say. Just physical looks." They found themselves in the last period hurrying to their seats. The bell rang as the teacher walked in. The teacher began the lecture with an uncomfortable statement. "Today, we'll discuss why some believe mutation quirks can be problematic." Amy, sitting beside Izuku, shifted uncomfortably in her seat. Her heart sank as she anticipated where the discussion might lead. A classmate raised their hand. "Isn't it true that people with mutation quirks are often treated differently because they look different?" they asked, glancing briefly at Amy. The teacher nodded. "Unfortunately, yes. Society can be biased, and those with noticeable mutations often face prejudice." As the discussion continued, Amy could feel the stares of her classmates. She clenched her fists, trying to remain calm. Izuku noticed her discomfort and reached out, giving her hand a reassuring squeeze. "Remember, not all mutation quirks are bad," the teacher continued. "They can be incredibly powerful and unique. It's the perception that needs to change, not the quirks themselves." Despite the teacher's attempt to balance the discussion, Amy felt exposed and vulnerable. The conversation had reminded her of the prejudices she faced in this world. After class, Izuku and Amy walked together in silence. The weight of the day's discussion hung heavy between them. Finally, Izuku spoke up. "Amy, I'm sorry about what happened in class. People can be so ignorant sometimes." Amy nodded, her eyes downcast. "It's just hard, you know. I didn't expect to face this kind of prejudice here. It makes me miss Mobius even more." Izuku stopped and turned to face her. "You're not alone, Amy. You have me, and I'll always stand by you. You're strong, and you've proven that every day. Don't let ignorant people get to you," he said, his voice full of determination. Amy looked up at him, her eyes softening with gratitude. "Thank you, Izuku. You always know how to make me feel better," she said, managing a small smile. As they worked, the heat bore down on them. Their bodies had become more resilient, and the earlier incident faded into the background. They focused on their task, drawing comfort from each other's presence. That evening, as they watched the sunset over the now mostly clean beach, Amy leaned her head on Izuku's shoulder. "Thank you for everything, Izuku. I don't know what I would do without you," she whispered. Izuku smiled, wrapping an arm around her. "We're in this together, Amy. And together, "We can handle anything," he replied, his voice filled with conviction. They sat in silence, watching the horizon. Izuku and Amy had been so engrossed in cleaning the beach in each other's company that they totally forgot about their planned meeting at the Yaoyorozu Manor. Realizing their mistake, they nodded in agreement that tomorrow they would meet up with Amy's friend Sonic and the infamous Momo Yaoyorozu. The next morning, they woke up early, both feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. They boarded a train headed towards the location of Yaoyorozu Manor. The journey gave them some time to discuss their plans and what they hoped to achieve. As the train sped towards their destination, Izuku and Amy found a quiet corner to sit together. The gentle rocking of the train and the rhythmic clatter of the tracks provided a soothing backdrop to their conversation. "I'm really looking forward to seeing Sonic again," Amy said, her eyes bright with anticipation. "It's been so long, and I can't wait to introduce you to him." Izuku smiled, sharing in her excitement. "And I'm curious to meet Yaoyorozu. She's helped us so much already, and I've heard so much about her," he said, his voice filled with admiration. After a couple of hours, they arrived at the station closest to Yaoyorozu Manor. The grandeur of the estate was immediately apparent, with its sprawling grounds and impressive architecture. As they approached the entrance of Yaoyorozu Manor, a familiar blue blur zipped towards them. Sonic stopped just in front of Amy, his wide grin lighting up his face. "Amy, Izuku, it's so good to see you both," he exclaimed, his eyes shining with happiness. Amy hugged Sonic tightly, her smile radiant. "Sonic, I've missed you so much," she said, her voice full of emotion. Izuku extended his hand to Sonic, who shook it enthusiastically. "Nice to finally meet you, Sonic. Amy's told me so much about you," Izuku said warmly. Before they could say more, a voice called out from the entrance. "Welcome to Yaoyorozu Manor." Momo Yaoyorozu walked towards them, her presence commanding yet friendly. "I'm glad you could all make it. Please, come inside," she invited, gesturing towards the grand entrance. Inside, the manor was even more impressive. The elegant decor and spacious rooms spoke of wealth and taste, but it was the warm, welcoming atmosphere that stood out the most. Momo led them to a comfortable sitting area where they could talk and catch up. "I've prepared some refreshments for us. Please, make yourselves at home," she said with a smile. As the group settled in, Amy pulled Sonic to the side. "Hey, Sonic, why exactly was there protection in the package you sent us?" she asked, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Sonic scratched the back of his head, looking sheepish. "Well, I thought Izuku was your boyfriend, and I wanted to make sure you were, prepared." Amy's blush deepened. "Izuku isn't my boyfriend yet," she exclaimed, then realized what she had said. Sonic's grin widened. "Yet," he teased, making Amy blush even more. "Don't say anything to Izuku about this, or else no one will find your body," she threatened, her eyes narrowing playfully. Sonic laughed, holding up his hands in surrender. Okay, I promise I won't say a word." The conversation ended as they rejoined the group. Izuku turned to Momo, a grateful smile on his face. "Thank you so much for the All Might stuff, Yaoyorozu. I really appreciate it." Momo shook her head, insisting. "Midoriya, it's my pleasure. I don't mind buying them because I know how much you admire All Might. Please keep them. It doesn't bother me at all, and I want you to have them." With the air cleared and everyone feeling more at ease, they settled into the sitting area. The afternoon was spent chatting, laughing, and sharing stories. The warmth of their friendship filled the room, making the grand manor feel even more welcoming. As they enjoyed the refreshments Momo had prepared, Izuku couldn't help but feel grateful for the support and kindness of his friends. With Sonic's playful energy, Amy's steadfast loyalty, and Momo's generous heart, he knew he was surrounded by people who truly cared about him. July 15th. Only 5 days until the Term 1 exam, Izuku thought as he and Amy walked into the apartment. The weight of impending exams was heavy on his mind, and the fatigue from their day's efforts added to his stress. As they stepped inside, the apartment was eerily dark and quiet. Izuku furrowed his brow. "Where's Mom?" he wondered aloud, the silence adding to his unease. He reached for the light switch and flicked it on. Suddenly, an explosion of sound filled the room. "Happy birthday!" shouted a chorus of voices. Izuku's mom, Sonic, and Momo stood there, beaming with excitement. Izuku blinked in shock, his mind taking a moment to process the scene. "Wait, my birthday," he stammered, a wide smile slowly spreading across his face. He turned to Amy, who was smiling brightly. She reached into her bag and pulled out a neatly wrapped gift, handing it to him. "Happy birthday, Izuku," she said warmly, her eyes sparkling with affection. Izuku took the gift, feeling a wave of gratitude and emotion. "Thank you, Amy," he said softly, looking around at his friends and family who had gathered to celebrate him. The room was decorated festively, with colorful balloons and a banner that read, "Happy Birthday, Izuku." The table was laden with snacks, drinks, and a beautiful cake. Izuku's mom stepped forward and hugged him tightly. "Happy birthday, Izuku. We wanted to surprise you," she said, her voice filled with love. Sonic grinned, his usual energy evident. "We couldn't let you forget your own birthday, Izuku. We've got a fun evening planned." Momo nodded, her smile warm and genuine. "You've been working so hard. You deserve a break and some fun." Izuku looked down at the gift Amy had given him, carefully unwrapping it. Inside was a sleek, advanced-looking notebook, perfect for jotting down his ideas and plans. Alongside it was a small, intricately crafted model of a robot that looked like All Might. Izuku pressed a button and the robot lifted his fist to the air. "Plus Ultra," the robot said. "Amy, this is amazing. Thank you so much," Izuku said, deeply touched by the thoughtfulness of the gift. Amy blushed slightly, pleased that he liked it. "I'm glad you like it, Izuku. You've been an incredible partner and friend." The evening was filled with laughter, games, and heartfelt conversations. They played party games, shared stories, and enjoyed the delicious food. Sonic and Momo had even prepared a little skit, which had everyone in stitches. As the night went on, there was a knock at the door. Izuku's mom opened it to reveal All Might, standing in his towering hero form, holding a large, wrapped gift. "Happy birthday, young Midoriya," All Might boomed, stepping into the room with his trademark smile. The room fell silent for a moment, everyone in awe of the number one hero's presence. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise and excitement. "All Might, you came." All Might nodded, his smile warm and genuine. "Of course, I couldn't miss your birthday. You've been working incredibly hard, and I wanted to bring you something special." All Might handed Izuku the large gift, which was wrapped in bright, hero-themed paper. Izuku carefully unwrapped it, revealing a custom All Might-themed training suit. The suit was designed to be lightweight yet durable, perfect for intense training sessions. It was emblazoned with All Might's signature colors and symbols, making it both practical and inspiring. Izuku's face lit up with joy and gratitude. "Thank you so much, All Might. This is incredible." All Might placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Young Midoriya, you've shown immense dedication and courage. This suit is a symbol of your progress and potential. Keep training hard, and remember, I'm always here to support you." Izuku felt a surge of determination and pride. "I will, All Might. I won't let you down." The presence of All Might added an extra layer of excitement to the celebration. He mingled with the guests, sharing stories and offering words of encouragement. The room buzzed with energy and admiration for the hero who had inspired so many. As they celebrated, Izuku and Amy shared a quiet moment together. "This has been an amazing day," Amy said, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Izuku smiled, feeling a deep sense of contentment. "It really has. I'm excited for the future, and I'm glad I have you by my side." Later in the evening, as the festivities began to wind down, Izuku took a moment to reflect on the day's events. Surrounded by his friends and family, and with the encouragement of All Might, he felt more motivated than ever to face the upcoming exams and challenges. Standing with Amy on the balcony once more, Izuku held the training suit in his hands, feeling its weight and significance. "Today has been amazing. I feel so lucky to have all of you supporting me." Amy smiled, her eyes reflecting the same determination. "And we always will, Izuku. You're going to do great things." With renewed energy and a heart full of gratitude, Izuku knew he was ready for whatever lay ahead. The surprise celebration, the thoughtful gifts, and the unwavering support of his friends and family had given him the boost he needed. As they headed back inside to say their goodbyes and prepare for the night, Izuku felt a sense of calm and readiness. July 20th marked the last day of Term 1 and the beginning of summer vacation. Today was the Term 1 final exam, and Izuku and Amy were doing some last-minute studying. As they walked to school, they quizzed each other with flashcards, each taking turns to answer the questions. Upon arriving at the school gym, they saw it had been divided into 3 sections by old black curtains. The curtains were in poor condition, with peeling corners and a large tear in one. Over the years, students had vandalized the curtains, and the latest mark read, "Deku is worthless, Amy should be mine." Amy squeezed Izuku's hand reassuringly before they had to split up, as students were seated in alphabetical order by last name. The desks were lined up in rows, each spaced 5 feet apart. Izuku found his desk, the oldest and most damaged one in the room. He recognized one of Bakugo's handprints indented into the wood from a past incident. The school, being cheap, had not replaced it but had given Bakugo a new desk instead. As he sat down, Izuku noticed something taped to the side of his desk. It was the answers to the test, plain as day. He knew it wasn't a student's doing, it was likely the teacher's, hoping he wouldn't notice until the one assigned to walk down the rows caught him cheating, which would get him blacklisted. Izuku tried to peel the answers off, but they were stuck, probably secured with a quirk. Thinking quickly, he opened his backpack and took out 3 pieces of paper and some tape. He carefully covered the answers with the blank papers, making it look like just a random piece of paper taped to his desk. Once satisfied that the answers were hidden, he took a deep breath and focused on the task ahead. He knew he couldn't afford to get distracted or let the teacher's schemes get to him. The exam proctor called for silence, and the room fell quiet as the students began their test. Izuku read through the questions carefully, answering each one to the best of his ability. The months of hard work and studying with Amy paid off, and he felt confident in his answers. Amy, seated in another section, glanced over at the back of Izuku and gave him a small, encouraging smile. Izuku felt it. Her presence and support gave him the strength to push through the stress and focus on his exam. As the exam progressed, the monitor walked by with a knowing smile, heading straight for Izuku's desk. She was ready to accuse him of cheating, expecting to find the cheat sheet exposed. But when she reached his desk, she spotted the blank paper covering the answers. She blinked in confusion, wondering if she had somehow mistaken a blank paper for the cheat sheet. Disappointed, she walked away, unable to accuse Izuku of any wrongdoing. With the monitor gone, Izuku took a deep breath and continued to concentrate on his exam. Despite the setup, Izuku remained calm and focused. He worked diligently, blocking out the distractions and pressures. Each answer came to him naturally, thanks to his preparation and the encouragement from his friends and family. As the exam neared its end, Izuku reviewed his answers, ensuring everything was in order. The proctor announced that time was up, and the students handed in their papers. Izuku felt a sense of relief and accomplishment as he turned in his exam. After the exam, Izuku and Amy reunited outside the gym. Amy immediately noticed the tension in his shoulders and the slight frown on his face. "What happened?" she asked, concerned. Izuku explained the situation with the answers taped to his desk. Amy's eyes widened in disbelief. "That's so unfair, but you handled it perfectly, Izuku." Izuku smiled, feeling a sense of validation. "Thanks, Amy, I couldn't have done it without your support." With the exams behind them, Izuku and Amy looked forward to the summer vacation. They had plans to continue their training, work on new projects, and enjoy some well-deserved relaxation. In August, the heat was unbearable, making their work even more challenging. Izuku, drenched in sweat, finally decided to remove his shirt. His defined six-pack abs glistened in the sun, and he could feel the slight breeze cooling his skin. Amy, seeing Izuku's example, struggled to peel off her own shirt that clung to her body from the sweat. With a forceful tug, she managed to remove the sticky fabric, revealing her sports bra. Her chest, which had grown significantly over the months, bounced for several moments as she adjusted her stance. What was once a minor inconvenience had become a challenge, causing her to mutter to herself, "These are killing me when they bounce." Amy looked up at Izuku, who was now standing shirtless nearby. She found herself momentarily distracted by his height and the noticeable changes in his physique. Has Izuku always been this tall? She wondered, a bit taken aback by his transformation. Izuku, on the other hand, couldn't help but glance at Amy, his face flushing slightly as he noticed the changes in her as well. The months of training had sculpted her body, and her sports bra highlighted just how much she had developed. Their eyes met, and for a brief moment, the heat and hard work were forgotten. They stood there, taking in each other's presence, each feeling a mixture of admiration and something deeper. Amy broke the silence, her voice soft but filled with a hint of playful frustration. Izuku, this heat is unbearable. How do you manage to keep working? Izuku chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. I just keep thinking about how much better this place looks thanks to our efforts. Plus, having you by my side makes it easier, he admitted, his voice sincere. Amy smiled, her cheeks flushing a deeper pink. Yeah, it does make a difference having someone to share the load with, she agreed, feeling a warm sense of camaraderie and something more. They resumed their work, the physical closeness and shared glances adding a new layer to their already strong bond. The heat was still oppressive, but knowing they were in this together made it more bearable. All Might, observing from a distance, couldn't help but smile. He had watched their relationship grow over the months, and it was clear to him that they were no longer just friends. By the end of the day, they stood back to admire their progress. The beach was cleaner and more beautiful than ever, a testament to their hard work and dedication. Amy looked at Izuku, her heart full of gratitude and affection. We did it, Izuku. We really did it, she said, her voice filled with pride. Izuku smiled, feeling the same sense of accomplishment. Yeah, we did, and we did it together, he replied, reaching out to give her hand a gentle squeeze. The beach had improved significantly. They had cleared a path 2 meters from the stairs and widened the way to the shore so that 2 cars could drive down side by side without touching any trash. The transformation was evident, and their hard work was paying off. It was another scorching day, and Izuku was hard at work, sweat running down his shirt, making it cling to his skin. He glanced at All Might, who was in his skinny form, lounging on a pool chair under an umbrella with an ice-cold drink in his hand. All Might looked entirely too relaxed for the situation, and Izuku couldn't help but glare at him. Must be nice to relax, Izuku muttered under his breath before getting back to work. As he worked, Izuku noticed Amy nearby. She was bending down to pick up something, and the training had sculpted her legs and butt, pushing any remaining fat into more defined shapes. Izuku's eyes widened as he got a nosebleed from the sight. Amy was looking at Izuku and noticed that his shirt had ridden up, revealing his almost 6-pack abs under his shirt. Amy felt her face flush pink and her nose was also bleeding and she stood up, some of her quills falling in the process. She turned to see Izuku eyeing her, his face equally red. Their eyes met, each caught in the act of admiring the other. The moment was electric, filled with unspoken feelings and mutual admiration. All Might watched the scene unfold from his chair, a smile playing on his lips. He took a sip of his drink and chuckled to himself. They're so clueless, he thought, amused by their obvious attraction to each other. Realizing they had been caught staring, Izuku quickly wiped the blood from his nose and tried to regain his composure. Amy, you okay? He asked, his voice slightly shaky. Amy nodded, still blushing before she also wiped the blood from her nose. Yeah, just hot out here, she replied, fanning herself with her hand. Izuku nodded in agreement, the tension between them easing slightly. Yeah, it is. Let's take a quick break. We've been working hard, he suggested. They both found a shady spot and sat down, drinking water and trying to cool off. The awkwardness from earlier still lingered, but there was also a sense of connection growing stronger between them. Izuku, thank you for all your help these past months, Amy said softly, looking at him with genuine appreciation. I couldn't have done this without you. Izuku smiled, feeling his heart swell with affection. You've been amazing too, Amy. We make a great team, he replied, reaching out to give her hand a reassuring squeeze. All Might watched them from a distance, his smile widening. He knew that the bond they were forming would make them stronger, both individually and as a team. He decided to give them a bit more time before calling them back to work. After their short break, they returned to their tasks with renewed energy. The beach was looking better every day, and their hard work and dedication were evident in every cleaned section. School was another thing altogether. On their first day back, it didn't take long for Bakugo to resume his usual behavior. The halls were filled with students chatting and heading to their classes when Bakugo spotted Izuku. "Hey, Deku," Bakugo sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. "Looks like you had a nice break. Too bad it's over." Izuku tried to ignore him, but Bakugo wasn't having it. He moved to push Izuku, a favorite tactic of his to assert dominance. However, things had changed. Due to 5 months of intense training and cleaning the beach, Izuku's body had become much stronger. Bakugo pushed Izuku with all his might, expecting him to stumble or fall. But Izuku stood still, not even budging an inch. The surprised look on Bakugo's face was priceless. "What the hell, Deku?" Bakugo growled, his eyes wide with shock and anger. Izuku looked at him calmly, his newfound confidence evident. "Things are different now, Kachan. I'm not the same person you used to push around," he said, his voice steady and firm. Amy watched the interaction from a short distance, her expression a mix of concern and pride. She had seen how hard Izuku had worked and how much he had grown, both physically and mentally. She admired his strength and courage to stand up to Bakugo. Bakugo clenched his fists, his temper flaring. "Don't think this changes anything, Deku. You're still a weakling in my eyes," he spat, though his words lacked the usual impact. Izuku didn't back down. "You can think whatever you want, Kachan. But I know what I'm capable of now," he replied, his eyes never leaving Bakugo's. The bell rang, signaling the start of classes. Bakugo glared at Izuku one last time before storming off. Izuku let out a breath he didn't realize he had been holding and turned to Amy, who approached him with a supportive smile. "You handled that really well, Izuku," Amy said, her admiration clear. Izuku shrugged, a small smile on his face. "Thanks, Amy. It's not easy, but I have to stand up for myself. And having you by my side makes it easier," he admitted. The rest of the day passed without further incidents, though the dynamics at school had clearly shifted. Izuku's newfound strength and confidence had not gone unnoticed by his classmates. And with Amy by his side, he felt more supported than ever. As October rolled in, the beach was almost unrecognizable from its original state. The combined efforts of Izuku and Amy had transformed it into a cleaner, more welcoming place. Izuku and Amy sat on the stairs admiring their work. As they sat there, Amy turned to Izuku with a thoughtful expression. "Izuku, there's something I want to tell you about," she began, her voice tinged with a mix of nostalgia and seriousness. Izuku looked at her, intrigued. "What is it, Amy?" Amy took a deep breath and began her story. "Back in Mobius, there's a robot called Metal Sonic. He was created by Dr. Eggman, the same villain who often kidnaps me and causes trouble. Metal Sonic is one of his most formidable creations." Izuku listened intently, his interest piqued. "What makes Metal Sonic so special?" "Metal Sonic was designed to be a perfect copy of Sonic," Amy explained. "He has all of Sonic's abilities, and in some cases, he's even faster and stronger. Eggman created him to defeat Sonic and take over Mobius. Metal Sonic can analyze and replicate Sonic's moves, making him a very tough opponent." Izuku's eyes widened. "That sounds incredible, and terrifying. How did Sonic deal with him?" Amy smiled, a hint of pride in her expression. "Sonic has faced Metal Sonic many times. It's never easy, but Sonic's determination and quick thinking always give him an edge. Plus, we all support him in any way we can. Metal Sonic may be powerful, but he lacks the one thing Sonic has: heart." Izuku nodded, understanding the deeper meaning behind her words. It's amazing how Sonic always finds a way to win, even against such a formidable opponent. It sounds like Metal Sonic is more than just a robot, he's a symbol of Eggman's relentless pursuit to conquer Mobius. Amy continued, her voice softening. "Going through scrap metal made me think about Metal Sonic." Izuku smiled. The sun set, casting a golden hue over the remaining trash. Amy and Izuku sat in comfortable silence, reflecting on their journey. Sharing stories from their respective worlds had brought them closer, deepening their understanding of each other. "Thank you for telling me about Metal Sonic, Amy. It means a lot to me, Izuku said, his voice filled with sincerity. Amy smiled warmly. And thank you for listening, Izuku. I'm glad I could share it with you. It was December, and the chill in the air signaled the approach of Christmas. Izuku and Amy were sitting together, enjoying a warm drink after another day of training and studying. The festive decorations around the city had sparked a thought in Izuku's mind. Do you know what Christmas is? Izuku asked, glancing over at Amy. Amy nodded, her eyes shining with past memories from Mobius. Yes, we have something similar on Mobius. We call it Yuletide, and it's celebrated with decorations, gift-giving, and special gatherings. Izuku smiled, intrigued. Do you have any special Christmas memories? Amy chuckled, her cheeks flushing a bit. Actually, I do. One Christmas, or Yuletide, Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and I decided to throw a big party. We wanted everything to be perfect, so we planned for weeks. I was in charge of decorations, Tails was handling the tech stuff, Knuckles was getting the tree, and Sonic. Well, Sonic was supposed to get the food. Izuku leaned in, curious. What happened? Amy sighed, though her smile remained. It started off great. The decorations were up, Tails had the music and lights set, and Knuckles found a huge tree. But then, Sonic got sidetracked by Eggman's latest scheme. By the time he got back, he only managed to grab a few things, mostly chili dogs. Izuku laughed, picturing the scene. So, you had a tree, decorations, music, and chili dogs for Christmas dinner. Amy nodded, laughing along. Yep, and it didn't stop there. While we were setting up, Knuckles tripped over the lights, sending the tree crashing down. Tails tried to fix it, but ended up knocking over the table of decorations. Sonic slipped on the fallen ornaments, and I accidentally sprayed fake snow everywhere. Izuku couldn't help but laugh, the image of the chaos playing vividly in his mind. That sounds like a complete disaster. Amy giggled, her eyes twinkling with the memory. It was, but in the end, we all just sat around the mess, eating chili dogs and laughing. It wasn't perfect, but it was one of the best Yuletides we ever had because we were together. The warmth of the memory and the shared laughter brought them closer. Izuku appreciated Amy's openness and the way she could find joy in even the most chaotic moments. That sounds like a wonderful memory, Amy. I'm glad you shared it with me, Izuku said, his voice soft with affection. Amy smiled, reaching out to squeeze his hand. Thank you for listening, Izuku. What about you? Do you have any special Christmas memories? Izuku blushed slightly, recalling a memory from his childhood. Well, you see, there's this one Christmas memory. During Christmas when I was little, Bakugo and I were still friends. It might have been one of the last Christmases we had together as friends. We were just 4 years old. We were playing outside, throwing snowballs at each other. Both our moms asked us to come inside. I did, of course, but Bakugo was stubborn. His mom had to walk outside and physically drag him inside. But Bakugo wasn't having it, so he threw snowballs at her. Amy giggled, imagining the scene. That sounds like Bakugo. Izuku smiled, continuing the story. The next thing I remember was an outright war between Bakugo and his mom. Inko was laughing while she held me. I wanted to go help Bakugo out of this mess, but she wouldn't let me. Bakugo's dad, on the other hand, was recording the fight, cheering them on. It was hilarious and chaotic. Amy's eyes widened in amusement. Sounds like quite a scene. Izuku nodded. Then, the smoke alarm started beeping, and our dinner was ruined. We had to go out to eat after that. It ended in disaster because Bakugo was still angry and ended up setting the restaurant's Christmas tree on fire. Amy burst out laughing, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Oh my gosh, Izuku, that's wild. I can just picture Bakugo causing a scene. Izuku chuckled, feeling a bit more at ease after sharing his story. Yeah, it was crazy. But looking back, it's one of those memories that makes me smile. Despite the chaos, it was fun, and we were all together. Amy nodded, her laughter subsiding into a warm smile. It's nice to have those memories. Even when things don't go perfectly, the moments we share with others are what make them special. As the evening went on, Izuku and Amy continued to share stories and laugh together. The bond between them grew stronger, their shared experiences creating a deeper understanding and connection. With Christmas approaching, they were excited to create new memories together. They planned a celebration with their friends, blending traditions and making the most of the holiday season. It was Christmas Day, and Izuku and Amy woke up to the delightful smell of cooked breakfast wafting into their room. They found themselves snuggling again, their bodies close, and faces inches apart. It was becoming clear that their relationship had evolved beyond just friendship, but both were still oblivious to the full extent of their feelings, despite the obvious signs. They blushed as they realized their position. Izuku quickly got up, trying to shake off the embarrassment, and headed to the bathroom to get ready. Meanwhile, Amy stretched and whispered to herself, touching her chest. "My nipples have grown, but I think my chest has stopped growing for now," she murmured, examining herself. Izuku froze for a moment, his face turning beet red. He quickly turned away, trying to give Amy some privacy. Sorry, Amy. I didn't mean to overhear," he stammered, feeling his heart race. Amy looked up, equally flustered. "Oh, Izuku, I didn't realize you were there," she said, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. "It's okay. I was just talking to myself." Izuku nodded, trying to change the subject to ease the awkwardness. Let's go see what's for breakfast. It smells amazing," he suggested, hoping to distract both of them from the embarrassing moment. Amy smiled, grateful for the change in topic. "Yeah, let's go. I'm starving," she agreed, quickly finishing getting ready. Just then, the doorbell rang, and Inko hurried to open it. Sonic and Momo stood on the doorstep, their faces lighting up with excitement. "Merry Christmas," Sonic exclaimed, holding a large gift box wrapped in shiny blue paper. "Merry Christmas, everyone," Momo added, her arms laden with beautifully wrapped presents. The room buzzed with joy as Sonic and Momo entered, exchanging warm greetings and hugs with everyone. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and cheer, and the smell of delicious holiday food wafted through the air. Come in. We're just about to eat breakfast," Inko said, guiding them to the living room where the rest of the guests were gathered. In the dining area, Izuku and Amy were greeted by the warm sight of a beautifully set table filled with all sorts of delicious breakfast foods. Inko, Sonic, and Momo were already there, smiling brightly. "Merry Christmas," Inko greeted them cheerfully, handing out plates. "I made all your favorites." Sonic grinned, already munching on some pancakes. "Merry Christmas, guys. Come join us." Momo smiled warmly at them. "Merry Christmas, Izuku and Amy. We've been waiting for you." They all sat down together, the festive atmosphere filling the room with joy. They laughed, shared stories, and enjoyed the wonderful breakfast. The warmth of the holiday season made everything feel special. After breakfast, it was time for gifts. They all gathered around the Christmas tree, exchanging presents and enjoying each other's reactions. Izuku handed Amy a small, beautifully wrapped box. "This is for you, Amy. Merry Christmas," he said, smiling nervously. Amy opened it carefully, revealing a delicate necklace with a small, heart-shaped pendant. Her eyes widened with delight. "Izuku, it's beautiful. Thank you so much," she exclaimed, throwing her arms around him in a hug. Amy handed Izuku a gift in return. "And this is for you, Izuku. Merry Christmas." Izuku unwrapped it to find a customized hero journal, complete with notes and observations Amy had made during their time together. "Amy, this is amazing. Thank you," he said, deeply touched. Sonic opened his gift from Momo, revealing a set of high-tech running shoes designed to enhance his speed. His eyes widened with excitement. "These are awesome, Momo. Thank you so much." Momo smiled warmly. "I knew you'd love them. They're specially designed for you." As they exchanged gifts and shared the joy of the season, the bond between them became even more evident. The rest of the day was spent celebrating with their friends, playing games, and enjoying the festive spirit. The laughter and joy filled the air, creating wonderful memories that they would cherish forever. As the day came to a close, Izuku and Amy found a quiet moment together, reflecting on the day. The warmth and joy of Christmas had brought them even closer, and they both felt a sense of contentment. "Izuku here deserves one more gift from me, so follow me," said All Might, getting everyone's attention. Once everyone was ready, All Might led them to the beach, now covered with a pristine layer of snow. The sight of the clean beach, transformed by their hard work, was awe-inspiring. "We've come a long way, haven't we?" All Might said, gesturing at the snow-covered beach. Izuku nodded, feeling a sense of pride and accomplishment. The months of hard work had paid off, and the beach looked beautiful. All Might turned to Izuku, his expression serious but filled with warmth. "My boy, the moment has arrived. Not only have you cleaned the beach, but you have 2 months to spare. Now, young Midoriya, eat this," he said, plucking a hair and dropping it into the hot chocolate he had brought. He handed the cup to Izuku. Izuku gaped in surprise. "What?" he exclaimed, unsure of what to do. "Oh right, you have to ingest my DNA, you see," All Might explained. Inko took a cup of hot chocolate and passed it to the rest of the group. "Drink up, otherwise it would get cold," said All Might, setting down cups and pulling out a thermos. Izuku looked at the cup, feeling a mix of emotions. This was the moment he had been working towards, the culmination of his training and hard work. He glanced around at his friends and family, all watching him with encouraging smiles. Amy, standing beside him, gave him a reassuring nod. "You've got this, Izuku." Taking a deep breath, Izuku nodded. "All right," he said, lifting the cup to his lips. He drank the hot chocolate, feeling the warmth spread through him. The hair went down smoothly, and he handed the empty cup back to All Might. All Might smiled proudly. "Well done, my boy. Now, your journey truly begins." The group cheered, congratulating Izuku on this significant milestone. The mood was celebratory, filled with joy and hope for the future. They walked back to the apartment, leaving behind Izuku and All Might. Izuku stood with All Might, looking out at the ocean. "Thank you, All Might, for everything," Izuku said, his voice filled with gratitude. All Might placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "You've earned this, Izuku. I'm proud of you. Remember, this is just the beginning. Keep working hard, and you'll achieve great things." With the support of his friends, family, and mentor, Izuku felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The Christmas party continued late into the night, filled with laughter, love, and the promise of new adventures. "Merry Christmas, Amy," Izuku said softly, his eyes filled with warmth. "Merry Christmas, Izuku," Amy replied, her heart full of affection. Izuku and Amy wandered into the hallway together, chatting about the day's events and the fun they were having. They were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice the sprig of mistletoe hanging above them until they were right underneath it. Inko, always observant, spotted them and couldn't resist the opportunity to encourage a sweet moment. "Oh, look, you two are under the mistletoe," she exclaimed, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Izuku and Amy froze, their eyes widening as they looked up and saw the mistletoe. Their faces turned a deep shade of red, and they both started stammering, unsure of what to do. Inko smiled warmly, trying to ease their embarrassment. "It's tradition, you know. You have to kiss when you're under the mistletoe," she said gently, giving them an encouraging nod. Izuku's heart raced as he looked at Amy, his mind spinning. Well, I guess we should follow tradition," he mumbled, his voice barely above a whisper. Amy's cheeks were flushed, her heart pounding. She nodded slightly, her eyes meeting Izuku's. "Why yeah, we should," she agreed, her voice just as soft. Slowly, they leaned closer, their faces inching towards each other. The world seemed to fade away, and all they could focus on was each other. As their lips met in a soft, tender kiss, the room around them seemed to hold its breath. It was a brief kiss, but it was filled with unspoken feelings and nervous excitement. When they pulled away, both of them were blushing furiously, their eyes wide with surprise and embarrassment. The party guests, having witnessed the sweet moment, couldn't help but smile and chuckle. "Ah, that was adorable," Momo said, clapping her hands together. Sonic, always the playful one, grinned and gave a thumbs up. "Nice one, you two." Izuku and Amy exchanged bashful smiles, their hearts still racing from the unexpected kiss. Despite their embarrassment, they couldn't deny the happiness they felt in that moment. "That was nice," Amy said softly, her eyes shining with affection. Izuku nodded, his face still red. "Yeah, it was," he agreed, feeling a warm sense of contentment. After the Christmas party, Izuku and Amy couldn't stop thinking about the kiss under the mistletoe. As they went to bed that night, they both replayed the moment in their minds, feeling a warm flutter in their hearts. As the party continued, Sonic and Momo found themselves near the mistletoe as well. They exchanged a glance, both a bit shy but willing to embrace the spirit of the holiday. Sonic, usually fast and confident, found himself feeling uncharacteristically nervous. Momo noticed his hesitation and smiled gently. "It's just a kiss under the mistletoe, Sonic. No pressure." Sonic took a deep breath and nodded. "Yeah, you're right, just following tradition." They leaned in and shared a quick, gentle kiss, much to the delight of their friends. The kiss was simple, but it sparked something in Sonic that he couldn't quite place. "Ah, you guys are so cute," Amy cheered, clapping her hands. "So, what are everyone's plans for New Year's Eve?" Sonic asked, looking around the room. Izuku and Amy exchanged a glance, both remembering their decision to confess their feelings. "We were thinking it would be great to hang out together," Izuku suggested. "Yeah, it would be fun to celebrate with everyone," Amy added, her eyes shining with anticipation. Momo nodded in agreement. "That sounds wonderful. We could have another party, maybe watch the fireworks together." Sonic grinned, already imagining the festivities. "Count me in. We can make it a night to remember. Since you guys did Christmas here, we could do it at the mansion," said Momo. They all cheered. Everyone eagerly agreed, their excitement for New Year's Eve growing. They discussed various ideas for the party, from games and activities to special foods and drinks. "We'll definitely have to make some special snacks," Inko said, smiling. "And maybe a big batch of hot chocolate." As the plans came together, the sense of camaraderie and anticipation filled the room. They all looked forward to ringing in the new year with their closest friends, creating new memories and sharing special moments. The next morning, Amy and Izuku woke up cuddled together, their faces inches apart. This had only happened once, but today it felt different. Izuku and Amy both looked at each other, still half asleep, and it clicked. Izuku gazed at Amy, noticing the softness of her features and the gentle rise and fall of her breath. He felt a surge of affection and realized that he was in love with her. Amy, on the other hand, observed Izuku's peaceful expression and felt the same surge of warmth. She, too, realized that her feelings for Izuku had grown into something deeper. As they fully woke up, both of them stared at each other, their minds racing with the newfound clarity of their emotions. It was as if all the moments they had shared, every glance, every smile, and every touch, suddenly made sense. They spent the day in a happy daze, both knowing they were in love but unsure of how to express it. The idea of confessing their feelings lingered in their minds, and they both decided that New Year's Eve would be the perfect time. In the days leading up to New Year's Eve, Izuku and Amy each made plans to confess their feelings. They rehearsed their words, feeling a mix of nervousness and excitement. Unbeknownst to each other, they were both planning the same thing. As the countdown to the new year began, Izuku and Amy found themselves standing together on the balcony, away from the noise and excitement of the party inside. The night was cold, but the stars were bright, and there was a sense of magic in the air. With only a few minutes left before midnight, Izuku took a deep breath, ready to confess. At the same time, Amy gathered her courage, determined to share her feelings. "Izuku, there's something I need to tell you," Amy started, her voice trembling slightly. Izuku turned to her, his heart pounding. "I have something to tell you too, Amy," he said, his voice equally shaky. They both paused, looking into each other's eyes, and then spoke in unison. "I love you." The words hung in the air, and for a moment, they both stood there, stunned. Then, slowly, smiles spread across their faces, and they laughed softly, feeling a wave of relief and joy. "You love me?" Amy asked, her eyes shining. Izuku nodded, his smile wide. "Yes, Amy, I love you. I've loved you for a while now." Amy's heart soared. "I've loved you too, Izuku. I just didn't know how to tell you." As the clock struck midnight and fireworks lit up the sky, Izuku and Amy shared another kiss, this one filled with the certainty of their mutual feelings. It was a perfect start to the new year, a celebration of their love and the promise of a future together. Hand in hand, They returned to the party, their hearts light and their spirits high. Their friends noticed the change and smiled, happy for the couple who had finally realized their love for each other. Izuku and Amy spent the rest of the night together, talking, laughing, and dreaming about the future. They knew there would be challenges ahead, but they also knew that with each other's support, they could face anything. As they stood together, watching the last of the fireworks fade, Izuku and Amy felt a profound sense of happiness and contentment. They had confessed their love, and now, they looked forward to building their lives together. It was the beginning of a beautiful journey, one filled with love, friendship, and the promise of many more cherished moments to come. Later that night Izuku and Amy were both kissing each other deeply and passionately on Izuku's bed, with Izuku only wearing his shorts and Amy only wearing her sports bra and short shorts. They had both wanted to share this moment for a long time, even if it was just kissing. As they kissed, Izuku felt a wave of warmth spread through his entire body. One for All had activated at 0.01%, and it followed the warmth's path as it traveled through him. When the sensation reached every part of his body, his brain recorded the precise route that One for All should take. His muscles absorbed the energy and committed the experience to muscle memory, embedding the sensation of power deeply within him. Breaking the kiss for a moment, Amy looked into Izuku's eyes, her expression soft and loving. "You know, Izuku, I've been thinking, since we're officially boyfriend and girlfriend now, we should have cute nicknames for each other." Izuku smiled, his heart warming at the idea. "I like that idea. Do you have any in mind?" Amy nodded, her eyes twinkling. "How about Izu, for you? It's short and sweet." Izuku chuckled, feeling a surge of affection. "I like it, Ames." Amy giggled, her cheeks turning a light shade of pink. "Ames, I like that, it's cute." Over the months, Sonic and Momo Yaoyorozu found themselves spending more and more time together. Whether it was training, studying, or simply hanging out, they enjoyed each other's company immensely. Their shared experiences and the challenges they faced only brought them closer. Momo admired Sonic's speed, determination, and unwavering spirit. Sonic, on the other hand, appreciated Momo's intelligence, kindness, and strong sense of responsibility. They complemented each other perfectly, each bringing out the best in the other. One evening, after a particularly intense training session, Sonic and Momo decided to take a break in the garden of the Yaoyorozu estate. The setting sun cast a warm glow over the scene, creating a perfect atmosphere for a heartfelt conversation. Sonic glanced at Momo, his heart racing. "Momo, there's something I've been meaning to tell you," he began, his voice uncharacteristically hesitant. Momo turned to him, her expression curious. "What is it, Sonic?" Sonic took a deep breath, summoning all his courage. "Momo, these past months have been amazing. Spending time with you has been the highlight of my days. I think I'm in love with you." Momo's eyes widened in surprise, her cheeks flushing a soft pink. "Sonic, I feel the same way. I've grown to care for you deeply. You're always so brave and kind. I love you too." With their feelings finally out in the open, Sonic and Momo felt a wave of relief and joy. They embraced, both of them feeling a sense of completeness they hadn't known before. "I'm so glad I told you," Sonic said, his voice filled with happiness. "I was worried about how you'd react." Momo smiled, her eyes shining with affection. "I'm glad you told me too. It feels like everything has fallen into place." Their confession marked the beginning of a beautiful chapter in their lives, one filled with love, trust, and endless possibilities. With each other's support, they knew they could overcome any obstacle and achieve great things together. Big the cat was minding his own business, enjoying a peaceful day of fishing with his friend Froggy. They had found a glorious pond and a small boat that was perfect for fishing. The wildlife around the pond looked strangely Mobian-like, but Big didn't pay it much mind and let them be. It was a perfect day for some relaxation and fishing. Suddenly, an alarm started to blare, shattering the tranquility. Big looked around, confused. He had no idea what was going on. They had unknowingly wandered into the shipwreck zone of the USJ. Unforeseen Simulation Joint, a training ground for UA students. The UA staff quickly surrounded the boat, their faces a mix of confusion and concern. "This is Eraserhead. Stand down," A tired-looking man with disheveled hair and dark circles under his eyes said, his voice authoritative. Big pointed to himself, puzzled. "We are talking to you. How did you get in here?" Eraserhead repeated, his eyes narrowing as he tried to assess the situation. Big the cat looked around at the gathered heroes and students, clearly not understanding the gravity of the situation. I was just fishing with my friend Froggy," he said in his slow, deep voice, holding up Froggy as evidence. "We found this nice pond and thought it was perfect for fishing." Eraserhead sighed, rubbing his temples. "This is a restricted area. How did you manage to get in here without setting off more alarms?" he asked, more to himself than to Big. The UA staff and students watched the scene unfold with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Big the cat and Froggy didn't seem like a threat, but their unexpected presence was still a security breach that needed to be addressed. One of the students, recognizing the odd situation, stepped forward. "Maybe he just stumbled in here by accident. He doesn't look like he's here to cause any trouble," they suggested. Eraserhead sighed again, seeing the logic in the student's words. "All right, let's get this sorted out. Big, was it? We're going to need to escort you and your friend Froggy out of here. This is a training facility for our students, and it's not safe for outsiders." Big nodded, his expression still one of confusion but willing to cooperate. "Okay, we didn't mean any harm. We'll go." With Eraserhead leading the way, the UA staff and students escorted Big and Froggy out of the shipwreck zone. Along the way, Big marveled at the facility, still not quite understanding what it was all about but enjoying the adventure nonetheless. As they reached the exit, Eraserhead turned to Big. "Next time, make sure you know where you're going before you start fishing. This place can be dangerous for those who aren't prepared." Big nodded earnestly. "Thank you. We'll be more careful next time." With that, Big and Froggy were safely outside the USJ, ready to find a new, safer spot to continue their fishing. Despite the strange interruption, Big was happy to have met new friends, even if they were a bit more serious than he was used to. As Big and Froggy set off to find another fishing spot, the UA staff returned to their duties, ensuring the security of the facility. A voice came from the gate. "Please come this way," said the small speaker. A path opened up nearby. Big the cat followed the path leading to Principal Nezu's office. Principal Nezu, always curious and observant, took a particular interest in Big the cat and Froggy after their unexpected appearance at the USJ. He saw potential in the large, gentle cat and his amphibious friend and decided to offer them an opportunity. After the initial chaos settled, Principal Nezu invited Big the cat to his office for a chat. Big sat down, Froggy perched on his lap, as Nezu smiled warmly at them. "Hello, Big. My name is Principal Nezu. I've heard about your unexpected arrival and wanted to learn more about you and your friend," Nezu began, his tone friendly and inviting. Big nodded, his usual slow, deep voice calm. "We were just fishing in Mobius and ended up here. We didn't mean to cause any trouble." Nezu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Fascinating. Mobius, you say? It sounds like quite an adventure. I'm intrigued by how you managed to cross dimensions so easily." Nezu leaned forward, his expression thoughtful. "Big, I believe you have a unique perspective and a kind heart. I'd like to offer you a job as a security guard here at the USJ. You would watch over the students and ensure their safety during their training. Of course, you would have weekends off to enjoy your favorite pastime." Big's eyes widened with surprise and appreciation. "A job, watching over the students. I think I could do that. And weekends off for fishing sounds nice." Nezu smiled, pleased with Big's response. "Excellent. I can even recommend some of the best fishing spots around Japan. There's a beautiful lake not far from here, and several serene rivers where you and Froggy can relax." Big's face lit up with happiness. "Thank you, Principal Nezu. Froggy and I would like that very much." With the arrangements made, Big the cat began his new role as a security guard at the USJ. His presence was both calming and reassuring to the students, who quickly grew fond of the gentle giant and his amphibious companion. On weekends, Big and Froggy explored the recommended fishing spots, enjoying the serene beauty of Japan's natural landscapes. They found peace and contentment in their new routine, balancing work and leisure perfectly. Big's kind nature and dedication to his job had a positive impact on the USJ students. He often shared his fishing stories with them, and his calming presence helped them feel safe and supported during their rigorous training sessions. As the days turned into weeks, Big the cat and Froggy became beloved members of the UA community. Principal Nezu was pleased with his decision to offer Big the job, knowing that his unique qualities and gentle spirit brought something special to the school. For Big, this unexpected adventure had turned into a new and fulfilling chapter of his life. He found joy in his work, comfort in the friendships he made, and endless satisfaction in the peaceful moments spent fishing with Froggy. And so, Big the cat and Froggy settled into their new roles, embracing the opportunities and experiences that came their way, grateful for the chance to be part of such a remarkable place. Tails and Knuckles found themselves in a dark, ominous facility lined with cages. Inside the cages they believed were half Mobian and full Mobian, all looking terrified and defeated. The air was thick with the smell of fear and despair. A sudden shout rang out, drawing their attention. Someone was banging on a cage, desperately trying to get their attention. Knuckles wasted no time. He rushed over and broke the lock with a powerful punch. Inside the cage was Kirishima, who quickly explained the dire situation. This place is run by the Cult Rejection Clan and Humorize. They kidnap and experiment on people with mutant quirks. My friend Mina Ashido was taken by them. They intend to cut off her horns and inject her with something that will change her appearance. If she looks more normal, they'll let her go. If not, they'll burn her. Hearing this, Tails and Knuckles exchanged a determined look. We're not going to let that happen, Knuckles growled, his fists clenching in anger. Where is she? Tails asked, his mind already working on a plan. Kirishima pointed down a dark hallway. Follow me, we have to hurry. They moved swiftly and silently, guided by Kirishima. When they reached the end of the hallway, they saw Mina Ashido. She was naked, strapped to a post with her arms and legs tied in an X shape. Cult members surrounded her, brandishing garden shears, ready to cut off her horns. Not on my watch, Knuckles roared, charging into the room with Tails right behind him. Knuckles unleashed his fury, punching every cult member in sight. His powerful blows sent them flying, and they were quickly overwhelmed by his sheer strength and determination. Meanwhile, Tails rushed to Mina's side and began untying her. It's okay, Mina, we're here to get you out of this, he said reassuringly. As Mina was freed, Kirishima, blushing, wrapped a lab coat around her to cover her up. You're safe now, he said softly, lifting her into his arms. With Mina safe, Tails and Knuckles turned their attention to the other prisoners. They moved quickly, breaking locks and freeing everyone they could find. The prisoners, filled with gratitude and relief, began to follow their saviors out of the facility. As they made their way out, the sound of alarms filled the air. They had to move fast. Knuckles led the way, his powerful fists clearing any obstacles in their path. Tails used his technical skills to disable security systems and open locked doors. Kirishima carried Mina, who was still weak and shaken, but safe. The other prisoners, now free, followed closely behind, their hope renewed by the bravery of their rescuers. They finally emerged from the dark facility into the open air. The night sky was a welcome sight, and the cool breeze was a reminder of the freedom they had fought so hard to regain. Mina, wrapped in the lab coat, looked up at Kirishima, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, she whispered. Kirishima smiled down at her. You're welcome. We'll make sure this never happens again. With the prisoners safe and the facility behind them, Tails, Knuckles, and Kirishima knew their work was far from over. They would continue to fight against the Cult Rejection Clan and Humorize, determined to stop their evil experiments and protect their friends. With the prisoners safe and the facility behind them, Tails, Knuckles, and Kirishima felt a renewed sense of purpose. They were determined to continue fighting against the Cult Rejection Clan and Humorize, ensuring that no one else would suffer at their hands. As Tails and Knuckles prepared to leave, Mina, her voice weak and her vision still blurry, called out to them. Wait, please, stay with me, she said, her voice barely audible. Knuckles looked at Tails, who nodded in agreement. Sure thing, Mina, we'll stay, Knuckles replied in his own gruff but caring way. The next day, Mina felt much better. She blushed at the memory of Kirishima seeing her naked and smirked mischievously. Well, if we're going to be good friends, I guess I need to see you naked to get even, she teased Kirishima, who turned beet red. Kirishima laughed nervously. Let's not do that, okay? He replied, scratching the back of his head. After school, Mina, Kirishima, Tails, and Knuckles walked down the road together. Tails and Knuckles looked around in wonder at the bustling city, taking in all the sights and sounds. As Mina, Kirishima, Tails, and Knuckles walked home, Mina and Kirishima were curious about their new friends. They asked Tails and Knuckles about where they came from, eager to learn more about their backgrounds. Tails was the first to answer. I come from a place called Mobius. It's a world very different from yours. As for my family, I don't really remember them. Sonic found me when I was young and took care of me. He's like a brother to me. Mina and Kirishima nodded, understanding the bond Tails shared with Sonic. Knuckles, ever socially naive, shared his story in full detail. I came from a tribe. They were my family. My parents birthed me and kept me safe. We had one job in the village, to protect the Master Emerald. But one day, that cursed Eggman came and pounded and smashed everyone into paste, leaving me in the blood of my family. I was helpless to stop Eggman from taking the Master Emerald, he said with honor. The others looked shocked, not expecting such a tragic and intense story. Tails shook his head, feeling a pang of sadness for his friend. He and Sonic had tried many times to help Knuckles with his social naivety, but it was still a work in progress. Mina, still processing Knuckles' story, stuttered, "Do you have any cousins?" Knuckles responded, "Well, you see, I don't really want to talk to them." Kirishima and Mina coaxed more details out of Knuckles. "Come on, Knuckles, you can tell us," Kirishima encouraged gently. Knuckles sighed, relenting. "Okay, fine. My kin come from an island named Ekikala Island. They call themselves Ugandans. They are as different from me as what you would describe as the difference between Japan and America. They are very primal. They have a rich heritage, passed down through oral traditions, storytelling, and rituals. They are known for their distinct way of speaking and unique customs. They worship their queen. If they can't find their queen, they fight each other until they find their queen." Mina and Kirishima listened intently, fascinated by the story. "Why didn't you join them?" Mina asked. Knuckles hesitated before answering. "They have a very special ritual for anyone joining. They spit on them using their special ability to turn the target into one of them. The target loses everything about their old self, even their appearance. It is permanent. They even use it on their enemies. After the loss of my family, I vowed to keep their legacy and their honor. So no, thank you," Knuckles said firmly. Mina and Kirishima were taken aback by the intensity of Knuckles' words. They realized how much he valued his family's legacy and understood why he chose not to join his kin. As they continued walking, Mina and Kirishima felt a deeper sense of respect and understanding for Tails and Knuckles. The stories shared had brought them closer, and they felt a stronger bond forming between them. Their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of a large figure. The villain, who would become Gigantomachia, stood before them, slightly smaller than his future self but still imposing. He approached them, asking for directions in a gruff voice. Kirishima froze, his instincts telling him that this was no ordinary person. Tails and Knuckles immediately stepped in front of Mina and Kirishima, ready to protect their friends. "Can we help you?" Knuckles asked, his tone firm and unwavering. Gigantomachia looked down at them, his eyes narrowing. "I need directions," he said, his voice a low growl. Tails quickly gave him vague directions, hoping to send him on his way without any conflict. "Just head that way and you'll find what you're looking for," he said, pointing down the street. The villain grunted and began to walk away, his heavy footsteps echoing down the street. As he retreated, Knuckles couldn't resist shouting after him. "Look at you who were once so proud. Go and never return." Gigantomachia paused for a moment, then continued walking without looking back. Once the villain was out of sight, the group let out a collective sigh of relief. Kirishima finally regained his composure. "Thanks for that, guys. I froze up back there," he admitted, looking embarrassed. Mina placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's okay, Kiri, we're all in this together." And thanks to Tails and Knuckles, we're safe. The next day was a weekend, and Tails was feeling a bit restless. He was tinkering with some gadgets when his tracker suddenly pinged. Curious, he checked the source. It was his plane tracker. What is my plane doing here? He wondered aloud. He bid everyone goodbye, deciding to investigate alone. Knuckles and Kirishima were busy arm wrestling, with Mina cheering them on. It seemed Kirishima was always over at Mina's house, but Tails pushed that thought out of his mind as he set out. The January air was cold as Tails followed the tracker, passing by Dagoba Beach. It was now clean, Izuku training with One for All under All Might's guidance. Sonic and Amy were there too, cheering Izuku on, but Tails was too focused on his tracker to notice. He was walking on the other side of the beach, out of view of the training session. The tracker led Tails to a junk pile next to a house. To his surprise, he saw his plane, looking clean and new. A girl with goggles was washing it. Tails blushed as he noticed her chest moving up and down as she used her shirt to dry the plane, the water soaking into her shirt. Tails walked nearer, his curiosity piqued. As he got closer, he saw that the girl had crosshairs for eyes. She was talking to Metal Sonic. Tails was shocked to see Metal Sonic quivering, which was strange behavior for the usually confident robot. Gathering his courage, Tails approached the girl and Metal Sonic. Excuse me, he called out. The girl looked up, surprised. Oh, hi, is this your plane? She asked, smiling warmly. Yes, it is. I'm Tails. And you are? Tails asked, trying to keep his voice steady despite his curiosity and nervousness. I'm Mei Hatsume, the girl replied, wiping her hands on her already wet shirt. I found your plane and thought I'd give it a tune-up. It's a real beauty. Tails blushed again, partly from Mei's compliment and partly from her appearance. Thank you, Mei, I appreciate it, but, what's going on with Metal Sonic? Mei glanced at Metal Sonic, who was still quivering. Oh, him. I was trying to reprogram him. He seemed pretty hostile at first, but I think I've managed to calm him down. It's like he's afraid of something. Tails' eyes widened. Afraid? Metal Sonic. Mei nodded. Yeah, it's weird, right? But he's been pretty cooperative since I started working on him. I think he might be more scared of being left alone than anything else. Tails looked at Metal Sonic, feeling a mix of emotions. Despite their past conflicts, he couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for the robot. Maybe he just needs some friends, Tails suggested. Metal Sonic was giving a pleading gesture while pointing at Mei behind her back. Mei smiled brightly. That's what I was thinking. Maybe with some proper care and a few tweaks, he could be a valuable ally instead of an enemy. Tails and Mei spent the next few hours working on Metal Sonic together. Tails was impressed with Mei's mechanical skills and her innovative ideas. They managed to fix several issues with the plane and made significant progress in reprogramming Metal Sonic. As they worked, Tails found himself enjoying Mei's company more and more. She was enthusiastic, talented, and kind-hearted. He felt a connection growing between them. By the end of the day, Tails felt satisfied with their work. Thank you for everything, Mei. You've done an amazing job, he said, smiling at her. Mei blushed slightly. It was my pleasure, Tails. I'm glad I could help. And if you ever need any more repairs or upgrades, you know where to find me. Tails nodded, feeling a warmth in his chest. I will, and maybe we can work on some projects together. Mei's eyes lit up. I'd love that. As Tails flew his plane back home, he couldn't help but think about the day's events. He had made a new friend and potential ally in Mei, and even Metal Sonic seemed to be on the path to redemption. It was a good day, filled with new possibilities. Back at Mina's house, Knuckles and Kirishima were still arm wrestling, with Mina cheering them on. Tails landed his plane and joined them, feeling more hopeful about the future. After the initial encounter and working together on Tails' plane and Metal Sonic, Tails and Mei Hatsume found themselves enjoying each other's company and intrigued by each other's inventions and ideas. They decided to spend more time together, discussing their inventions and sharing their passion for technology. After the initial encounter and working together on Tails' plane and Metal Sonic, Tails and Mei Hatsume found themselves enjoying each other's company and intrigued by each other's inventions and ideas. Tails arrived at Mei's workshop the next day, feeling a mix of excitement and curiosity. May's workshop was filled with various gadgets, tools, and half-finished projects. It was a treasure trove of innovation and creativity. "Welcome to my workshop, Tails," May said cheerfully, gesturing for him to come in. "Let me show you some of my babies." May began to showcase her inventions, explaining each one with enthusiasm. Tails listened intently, impressed by her ingenuity and technical skills. "This is my hover soles," May said, pointing to a pair of shoes with small jet engines attached. They allow the wearer to hover a few feet off the ground and move at high speeds. Tails nodded, fascinated. "That's incredible, May. I've been working on a similar concept but using a different propulsion system. Maybe we can compare notes and improve both designs." May's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I'd love that. What else have you been working on?" Tails pulled out a small device from his bag. "This is my multi-tool wrench. It can transform into various tools based on the user's needs. It saves space and is incredibly versatile." May examined the wrench, clearly impressed. "This is amazing, Tails. The engineering behind it is so clever. I have a few ideas on how we can enhance its functionality even further." Tails smiled, feeling a deep sense of connection with May. "I'd love to hear your ideas. And I have a few thoughts on how we can enhance your hover soles." As they continued to discuss their inventions, Tails realized that May was just as smart and inventive as he was. They bounced ideas off each other, each suggestion sparking new possibilities and improvements. It was a meeting of minds that left both of them feeling energized and inspired. However, Tails also began to notice that May had no concept of personal boundaries. As they worked closely together, May's body was always next to his. Every time he turned around, he would find himself inches away from her chest, or her butt would be close to his crotch when she bent down to pick something up. When he knelt to look for loose screws, May would often be right there, almost in his space. Tails knew this problem was up there with Knuckles' social naivety. Tails felt awkward and unsure how to handle the situation. He didn't want to offend May or make her uncomfortable, but he also found the constant proximity distracting. He decided to gently address the issue. Taking a deep breath, Tails spoke up. "May, can we talk for a second?" May looked up from her work, her crosshair eyes focusing on Tails. "Sure, Tails. What's up?" Tails smiled, trying to keep his tone light and friendly. "I really enjoy working with you, and I think we make a great team. But sometimes, it feels like we're a little too close when we're working. Do you think we could try to give each other a bit more space?" May blinked, then laughed. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Tails. I get so into my work that I don't even notice. I'll definitely try to be more aware of that." With that understanding, they continued their work, making a conscious effort to give each other a bit more space. The adjustment helped Tails focus better, and he found himself enjoying their collaboration even more. However, he couldn't shake the curiosity about how May had found Metal Sonic. That afternoon, he decided to ask Metal Sonic directly. In a quiet corner of May's workshop, Tails approached Metal Sonic. "Metal, can you tell me how May found you?" Metal Sonic hesitated but then began to explain. "I was damaged after my last battle with Sonic. I ended up in this junkyard, barely functioning. May found me and immediately took an interest. She called me her baby, and started working on me without hesitation. She chased me around the yard until I couldn't move anymore and then dragged me back here to fix me." Tails listened carefully, piecing together the story. It seemed May had an intense passion for her inventions, treating them almost like living beings. She referred to them as her babies, and was relentless in her pursuit of understanding how they worked. "May, can we talk?" Tails asked, his tone serious. May looked up, her crosshair eyes focusing on him. "Sure, Tails. What's up?" Tails took a deep breath. "Metal Sonic told me how you found him. He said you chased him around the junkyard, calling him your baby, and trying to understand how he worked. Is that true?" May scratched her head, a sheepish smile spreading across her face. "Yeah, that's true. I get really excited about new inventions and gadgets. I can't help it. When I see something interesting, I just have to figure out how it works." Tails nodded, appreciating her honesty. "I understand your passion, May, but sometimes it can be a bit overwhelming. Maybe you could try to give your babies and, well, your friends a bit more space. May sighed, acknowledging his point. You're right, Tails. I can get a little carried away. I'll try to be more mindful of personal space and boundaries. With the air cleared, Tails and May continued their work with a renewed understanding. May made a conscious effort to respect Tails' space, and Tails felt more comfortable working alongside her. As they collaborated on their projects, Tails found himself growing more fond of May. Her enthusiasm and creativity were infectious, and he admired her dedication to her work. May, in turn, valued Tails' meticulousness and problem-solving skills, and together, they made a formidable team. They decided to start working on a joint project, combining their skills and knowledge. May suggested they create a new type of drone that could be used for both exploration and rescue missions. Tails agreed, excited by the potential of the project. Let's start with the design, Tails suggested, pulling out a sketchpad. We need something lightweight but durable, with advanced navigation and communication systems. May nodded, already sketching out her ideas. And we should integrate some of the tech from my hover soles for propulsion. Maybe add some of your multi-tool functionality for versatility. For the next few hours, they worked side by side, sharing ideas and refining their design. Tails marveled at May's creativity and technical acumen, while May admired Tails' meticulous attention to detail and problem-solving skills. As the sun began to set, they stepped back to admire their work. The design for their new drone was complete, a perfect blend of their talents and ideas. This is going to be incredible, May said, her eyes shining with excitement. I can't wait to start building it. Tails nodded, feeling a deep sense of accomplishment and camaraderie. Me too, May. We make a great team. As they cleaned up and prepared to head home, Tails felt a new sense of optimism and excitement for the future. He had found a kindred spirit in May, someone who shared his passion for invention and innovation. As Tails flew back to Mina's house, he couldn't help but smile. He had not only found a new friend but also a brilliant collaborator. With May by his side, the future looked brighter than ever. Back at Mina's house, Tails shared his excitement with Knuckles, Kirishima, and Mina, who were thrilled to hear about his new partnership. They celebrated. With Tails gone for the day, Kirishima and Mina decided to spend time together playing video games. Kirishima had the latest fighting game, Pro Hero World Tournament 50th Anniversary ***, which featured all the pro heroes from the previous games. He loved the game, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he selected his favorite heroes and strategized his next move. Mina, on the other hand, wasn't very good at fighting games, but she loved seeing Kirishima so enthusiastic. She would often lose quickly, her attention more on his smile and excitement than the game itself. After a few rounds, Mina decided to switch things up. She pulled out her Dance Dance Revolution *** pad, unrolling it on the ground. As she bent over to set it up, Kirishima couldn't help but notice her well-toned butt, and he quickly turned his gaze back to the screen, his face turning red. Once the pad was set up, Mina started playing, quickly dominating the game with her impeccable rhythm and coordination. Her body moved gracefully, her chest bouncing with each step. Kirishima, who wasn't very good at the game, tried to play but ended up watching her in awe. They both knew the other was looking, but neither had the courage to admit their feelings. Kirishima admired Mina's energy and confidence, but he was afraid of rejection. Mina, though an extrovert who loved to pry into others' love lives, was scared when it came to her own feelings. She often teased others about their crushes, but when it came to Kirishima, she felt vulnerable and uncertain. Mina paused the game, turning to Kirishima with a playful smirk. You know, Kiri, you really need to work on your moves. Maybe I should give you some private lessons. Kirishima laughed nervously, scratching the back of his head. Yeah, maybe. I'm just not as good at dancing as you are. Mina's heart pounded. She wanted to tell him how she felt but was terrified of ruining their friendship. She decided to push her fear aside, even if just a little. Hey, Kiri, have you ever had a crush on someone and just didn't know how to tell them? Kirishima's eyes widened slightly, his heart skipping a beat. Yeah, I think everyone has felt that way at some point. Mina bit her lip, gathering her courage. You know, it's funny. I love talking about love and helping others, but when it comes to my own feelings, I freeze up. Kirishima nodded, understanding her completely. I get it, Mina. It's hard to put yourself out there. But, sometimes it's worth the risk. They locked eyes for a moment, both of them blushing deeply. The unspoken feelings hung in the air, creating a tension that was both exhilarating and terrifying. Mina decided to break the tension with a playful challenge. All right, how about this? If you can beat me in Dance Revolution, I'll share a secret with you. Kirishima grinned, feeling more at ease. You're on, Mina. Prepare to be amazed by my terrible dancing skills. As they played, laughing and teasing each other, the unspoken feelings remained, but there was a sense of progress. They were both scared, but they were also beginning to understand that their bond was strong enough to handle the truth. With each game and each shared moment, Kirishima and Mina grew closer, their feelings for each other becoming more apparent. They knew it would take time and courage to fully express their emotions, but they were willing to take it one step at a time, enjoying the journey and the connection they shared. And so, they continued to play, laugh, and support each other, knowing that someday, they would find the right moment to finally confess their love. After many attempts, countless laughs, and shared moments, Kirishima finally managed to win a game of Dance Revolution against Mina. The victory was unexpected, and the look of surprise on Mina's face was priceless. Mina's mouth dropped open as the final score flashed on the screen. No way, Kiri, you actually did it, she exclaimed, her eyes wide with amazement. Kirishima grinned from ear to ear, his face flushed with pride and excitement. I can't believe it either. Looks like those private lessons paid off after all, he teased, giving her a playful wink. Mina laughed, shaking her head in disbelief. All right, you earned it. A promise is a promise, she said, taking a deep breath to steady her nerves. I'll share a secret with you. Kirishima's heart raced. This was the moment he had been waiting for, a chance to hear something personal from Mina and perhaps even share his own feelings. Mina took a step closer to Kirishima, her playful demeanor giving way to a more serious expression. Kiri, there's something I've been wanting to tell you for a while now. It's kind of embarrassing, but I guess now's as good a time as any. Kirishima's eyes widened slightly, his pulse quickening. Go ahead, Mina, you can tell me anything. Mina bit her lip, then looked directly into Kirishima's eyes. I like you, Kiri. More than just a friend. I've liked you for a long time, but I was always too scared to say anything. Kirishima felt a surge of emotions, relief, joy, and a bit of nervousness. He took a deep breath, then smiled warmly at Mina. Mina, I like you too. I've been too afraid to say anything because I didn't want to ruin our friendship. But I'm really glad you told me. Mina's face lit up with happiness, and she wrapped her arms around Kirishima in a tight hug. I'm so happy, Kiri. I was so worried about how you'd react. Kirishima hugged her back, feeling a sense of contentment wash over him. Me too, Mina, but I'm glad we finally talked about it. With their feelings out in the open, Kirishima and Mina felt a newfound sense of closeness. They spent the rest of the evening talking, laughing, and planning their next steps. Whether it was more video games, training, or simply spending time. As they continued to play and grow closer, Kirishima and Mina knew that they had taken an important step forward, and they were ready to face whatever came next, side by side. Cream and her pet chow, Cheese, had found themselves lost in an underground labyrinth. The dim lighting and eerie atmosphere made Cream clutch Cheese tightly, her heart pounding with fear. Intruders aren't welcome, a sinister voice echoed through the corridor. Cream looked up to see a slim man with circular eyes, dark eye bags, and short, unruly black hair. His notably large mouth stretched into a twisted grin. He wore a ragged burlap sack mask that covered his entire head, held by a rope knot around his neck. The mask had two openings from where his eyes were visible in a stitched smile. He also wore a purple dress shirt and gray pants. Next to him stood another slim man with short, light-colored hair, parted with bangs hanging down his forehead. He wore a black cape, baggy three-quarters pants, a black bowler hat, and pale sneakers. Like the other 8 bullets, he sported a black plague mask. Put them with the child. We will let the boss decide what to do with them, the second man commanded. The villains dragged Cream and Cheese into a spotless room filled with toys. The heavy smell of antiseptic hung in the air. Cream looked around, frightened and confused. She noticed a girl with a unicorn horn who looked up as the door opened and shut, leaving Cream and Cheese alone with her. The girl with the unicorn horn was Eri. She watched Cream and Cheese with wide, curious eyes. Cream, trying to be brave, approached Eri slowly. Hello, Cream said softly, still clutching Cheese. My name is Cream, and this is my friend Cheese. What's your name? Eri hesitated before replying. I'm Eri. Cream could see the fear and loneliness in Eri's eyes. She felt a surge of empathy and determination to be strong for both of them. It's okay, Eri, we're going to find a way out of here. We just need to stay strong together, Cream reassured her. Eri nodded, a small smile forming on her lips. She was grateful for the company and comfort Cream provided. As they sat together, Cream began to think of a plan. She knew they needed to escape before the villains returned with their boss. She looked around the room, searching for anything that could help them. We need to find a way out of here, Cream whispered to Eri. Do you know if there are any exits? Eri shook her head. I don't know. I've been here for a long time, and I haven't seen any way out. Just as Cream, Cheese, and Eri were beginning to feel a glimmer of hope, the door to the room opened again. Standing there was the boss of the facility, Overhaul. His menacing aura filled the room, and Eri instinctively backed away, her eyes wide with fear. Cream, despite her fear, stood her ground, trying to protect Eri. However, as Overhaul's intimidating presence grew stronger, Cream found herself huddling closer to Eri, seeking comfort in their shared fear. Overhaul's cold eyes surveyed the scene before he spoke, his voice calm but filled with a sinister edge. This rabbit will stay here for now, he declared, his gaze locking onto Eri. But if you disobey, the rabbit will not be here waiting for you after your sessions with me. If you are a good girl, after a while, the rabbit will return. Eri's eyes filled with tears, her small body trembling. She looked at Cream, her heart breaking at the thought of losing her new friend. Cream squeezed Eri's hand, trying to offer some semblance of comfort and support. Overhaul took a step closer, his presence overwhelming. Understand this, Eri, your behavior will determine the fate of your friend. Do as you're told, and she remains safe. Defy me, and she will disappear. Cream's heart pounded in her chest. Overhaul nodded, seemingly satisfied with the fear and compliance he had instilled. Remember, Eri, this is all in your hands, he said before turning to leave the room. The door closed behind him with a heavy thud, leaving Eri and Cream alone once more. Eri clung to Cream, her tears flowing freely. I'm so scared, Cream. I don't want you to go. Cream hugged Eri tightly, her determination growing stronger. I won't leave you, Eri. We'll find a way to stay together and escape from here. I promise. Despite the fear and uncertainty, Cream and Eri knew they had to stay strong for each other. They had formed a bond. Cream's mind raced as she began to think of a plan. They needed to find a way to escape, but they also needed to ensure their safety. She knew that every move they made had to be careful and calculated. We need to find out more about this place and look for any weaknesses, Cream said softly, her eyes meeting Eri's. We'll take it one step at a time, and we'll get out of here. Together. Eri nodded, drawing strength from Cream's words. Okay, I'll do my best to be brave. With that, Eri, Cream the rabbit, and Cheese all huddled together. The small room, filled with toys and the heavy scent of antiseptic, felt a little less frightening with their newfound bond. Cream gently wrapped her arms around Eri, offering her warmth and comfort. Cheese nestled close to them, adding to the feeling of safety. Blaze the cat wasn't sure what happened, but she had been heading home through the dimensional portals of time and space when suddenly, she got pulled and sent into a new universe. She was spat out into the backyard of a mansion, disoriented but ever vigilant. Blaze quickly hid in a bush, trying to get her bearings. She heard shouting and saw the back door of the mansion blown open. A boy, about 14 years old, ran outside, pursued by a stern-looking man who appeared to be his father. All right, 30 minutes of rest, then back to training, said the father sternly. The boy fell into the grass right where Blaze was hiding. He was shirtless, and his skin was covered in bruises and burn marks, some fresh and others old. He didn't whimper or cry as he moved his head to the side, revealing a burn scar on his right eye. Blaze could see the hollow and cold hatred in his eyes. Blaze tried to reposition herself in the bush, but she lost her balance and rolled out, ending up right next to the boy. His face blushed as he noticed her. Blaze quickly gathered herself, her own face turning slightly pink. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you," she said softly, her voice filled with concern. The boy looked at her, still catching his breath. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Blaze sat up, brushing off the leaves from her fur. "My name is Blaze. I was traveling through dimensions and ended up here by accident. I didn't mean to intrude." The boy's expression softened slightly, though the pain and anger in his eyes remained. "I'm Shoto Todoroki. You should probably leave before my father finds you here." Blaze looked at Shoto's bruises and burn marks, her heart aching for him. "I couldn't help but notice, you're hurt. Do you need help?" Shoto shook his head. "I'm used to it, it's part of my training." Blaze frowned. "Training shouldn't involve this kind of pain. You shouldn't have to suffer like this." Shoto looked away, his voice barely a whisper. "It's complicated. My father has high expectations for me." Blaze nodded, understanding the pressure of high expectations. "I know what it's like to have a heavy burden placed on your shoulders. But you don't have to face it alone." Shoto looked back at Blaze, a flicker of hope in his eyes. "Thank you, Blaze, but I don't think there's much you can do." Blaze smiled gently. "Maybe not right now, but I can be here for you, if you want." Shoto hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, just for a little while." They sat together in silence, finding a strange comfort in each other's presence. Blaze knew that she couldn't solve all of Shoto's problems, but she hoped that her presence would provide him some solace. As the minutes passed, the tension in Shoto's body began to ease. For the first time in a long while, he felt a small sense of peace. Blaze watched over him, determined to protect and support him in any way she could. When the 30 minutes were almost up, Blaze gently helped Shoto to his feet. "I'll stay nearby, just in case you need me," she said. Shoto nodded, grateful for her kindness. "Thank you, Blaze." As he walked back towards the mansion, Blaze slipped back into the bushes, watching over him. She knew that her journey in this new universe had only just begun, and she was ready to face whatever challenges came her way, with a new friend by her side. Blaze watched as the lights in the mansion slowly turned off. The backyard became enveloped in darkness and silence, except for the gentle rustling of leaves in the wind. After a while, the back door opened, and Shoto stuck his head outside, motioning for Blaze to come inside. Blaze crept forward cautiously, making sure the coast was clear. Shoto led her through a series of doors, the mansion's interior stylized with classical Japanese design. The furniture was elegant and traditional, with paper doors creating a serene and timeless atmosphere. Shoto stopped and pushed aside the door to his room. "Come in," he whispered, holding the door open for Blaze. Blaze stepped inside, her eyes taking in the simple yet beautiful decor. Shoto's room was neat, with a low wooden table, a futon rolled up in the corner, and shelves filled with books and training equipment. A small window let in the faint moonlight, casting a gentle glow across the room. Shoto closed the door quietly behind them and turned to Blaze. "You can stay here for the night. It's not much, but it's safe." Blaze nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Shoto. I appreciate your kindness." Shoto sat down on the floor, leaning against the wall. Blaze joined him, feeling the weight of the day's events settling on her. They sat in comfortable silence for a while before Shoto spoke. "So, you're from another dimension?" Blaze nodded. "Yes, I come from a world called Mobius. I was traveling through dimensional portals when I was pulled into this universe. I still don't understand how it happened." Shoto listened intently, his expression thoughtful. "Mobius, it sounds like a fascinating place. What's it like?" Blaze smiled softly. "It's beautiful, full of diverse landscapes, from lush forests to vast oceans. And it's home to many unique creatures and people. I have friends there who are like family to me." Shoto sighed, a hint of sadness in his voice. "It must be nice to have friends like that. My life has been different. My father is a powerful hero, and he has high expectations for me. Training has been intense." Blaze looked at him sympathetically. I can see that. You shouldn't have to endure such pain. But you're strong, Shoto. I can tell. Shoto managed a small smile. Thank you, Blaze. It means a lot to hear that. Blaze reached out and placed a gentle hand on Shoto's arm. You're not alone, Shoto. I'm here now, and I'll help you in any way I can. Shoto looked at Blaze, his eyes softening. I appreciate that, Blaze. Having someone who understands makes a difference. As the night wore on, they continued to talk, sharing stories of their worlds and their experiences. Blaze found comfort in Shoto's presence, and Shoto felt a sense of peace he hadn't experienced in a long time. Eventually, exhaustion began to take over. Shoto unrolled his futon and offered it to Blaze. You should take the bed. I'll be fine on the floor. Blaze shook her head. No, we can share it. There's enough room for both of us. They arranged the futon so they could both sleep comfortably. As they lay down, the room was filled with a sense of tranquility. The events of the day seemed distant, replaced by the warmth of newfound friendship. Good night, Shoto, Blaze whispered. Good night, Blaze, Shoto replied. As they drifted off to sleep, they both felt a sense of hope and companionship, and for the first time in a long while, Shoto felt he had a true friend by his side. Rouge the Bat was sneaking into Sonic's house again, ready to steal another birthday cake. She opened the door and stepped through, but instead of finding Sonic's house, she found herself in a tea shop. The room was cozy and well decorated, with the aroma of freshly brewed tea filling the air. Confused, Rouge took a step back, wondering where she had ended up. The tea shop was quaint and filled with antique furniture. There were delicate teacups on small round tables, and the walls were lined with shelves holding various tea blends. In the corner of the room, an old man and a young woman were having a conversation. The old man had a white mustache and goatee, and his clothes were quite extravagant. He wore a dark purple jacket with enlarged collars and coattails, loose pinstriped pants, 2 belts, cuffs, purple gloves, and a woolly scarf of the same color. He was using a cane to walk and was snapping with his free hand, trying to illustrate his point. What if we snap like this, out of the shadows, like a musical? He said, his voice filled with enthusiasm. His assistant, a woman who looked like a child, shook her head. She had a very large, round head compared to her narrow body, with raspberry pink hair styled in high pigtails, wide and thick at the top and thin at the bottom. Her irises were oval-shaped, pink in color, with 2 circles between their small pupils and their rims, giving them a rather hypnotic look. Dark circles under her eyes suggested she spent a lot of time in front of a computer. Her outfit was quite elaborate, featuring a big white bow at her neck, matching thick white gloves, an indigo shirt with large buttons, long frilly sleeve cuffs, white pinstriped puffy pants, and shiny high-heeled boots. Heart motifs adorned her earrings, belt buckles, and the design over the tops of her legs. She went by La Brava. My name is Gentle Criminal, and this is my assistant La Brava, the old man said, introducing themselves as they noticed Rouge's presence. Rouge took a cautious step forward, her curiosity piqued. I'm Rouge the Bat, she said, her eyes narrowing slightly. How did I end up here? Gentle Criminal smiled warmly, despite the surprise. Ah, Rouge the Bat. A pleasure to meet you. You seem to have wandered into our little corner of the world. This is our tea shop, where we plan our escapades and enjoy a fine cup of tea. La Brava eyed Rouge suspiciously but remained silent. Gentle Criminal continued, it seems you have a knack for finding interesting places. Would you care to join us for some tea? Rouge, always one to explore new opportunities, decided to accept the invitation. Sure, why not, she replied, taking a seat at one of the tables. But I'm not here for tea. I was trying to get into Sonic's house. Gentle Criminal chuckled. Ah, a fellow mischief maker. I understand the thrill of a good heist. Perhaps we can exchange stories and tips. What brings you to Sonic's house? Rouge smirked. I was planning to steal his birthday cake. It's become a bit of a tradition. La Brava, finally speaking up, leaned forward. Stealing a birthday cake? That's child's play. Gentle and I are planning something much grander. Rouge raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, do tell. Gentle Criminal's eyes sparkled with excitement. We are planning a series of elaborate performances, each one more daring than the last. We aim to capture the hearts of the public, showing them that elegance and style can coexist with crime. Rouge leaned back, considering their proposal. It sounds interesting. Maybe I could help you with your performances. In return, you help me with my heists. Gentle Criminal nodded, pleased with the idea. A partnership it is, then. Together, we shall create a symphony of chaos and charm. La Brava, though initially hesitant, smiled at the prospect of a new ally. Welcome to the team, Rouge. With a newfound alliance, Rouge, Gentle Criminal, and La Brava began to discuss their plans in detail. They shared stories, strategies, and ambitions, each one adding to the tapestry of their partnership. As they sipped their tea and plotted their next moves, Rouge felt a sense of excitement and anticipation. She had stumbled upon an unexpected opportunity, and with her new partners, she was ready to take on new challenges and adventures. Together, they would blend elegance with mischief, creating a legacy that would be remembered in both their worlds. With their newfound alliance, Rouge, Gentle Criminal, and La Brava began to plan their next adventure. They decided to target All Might's agency, believing that the legendary hero should be held accountable for properly taking care of his secretary, Toshinori Yagi. The plan was simple but elegant. They would break into the agency, leave a note demanding better treatment for Toshinori, and make a dramatic escape. Their goal was to highlight the importance of treating everyone with respect and dignity, even in a world of heroes and villains. Gentle Criminal and La Brava worked meticulously on the details of their plan. They gathered information about All Might's agency, studying its security systems and the layout of the building. Rouge, with her stealth skills and knowledge of heists, provided valuable insights and strategies. We'll need to enter through the rooftop, Rouge suggested, pointing to the blueprints. It's less guarded, and we can use the ventilation system to move around undetected. Gentle Criminal nodded, agreed, and once we're inside, we split up. La Brava and I will handle the security systems, while you, Rouge, plant the note in Toshinori's office. La Brava added, I'll be monitoring the security cameras and guiding you through the building. With my hacking skills, we'll have eyes everywhere. Under the cover of night, the trio made their way to All Might's agency. Rouge, with her wings, and Gentle Criminal, using his quirk to create platforms in the air, made their way to the rooftop. La Brava followed closely, her small size making it easy to stay hidden. They reached the rooftop and found the ventilation system. With Rouge leading the way, they crawled through the vents, navigating the maze-like structure until they reached the heart of the building. Once inside, they split up as planned. Rouge moved swiftly and silently through the hallways, avoiding the patrolling security guards. She reached Toshinori Yagi's office, slipping inside without a sound. Gentle Criminal and La Brava, meanwhile, made their way to the security room. La Brava quickly hacked into the system, taking control of the cameras and disabling the alarms. We're in, La Brava whispered through their communication devices. Rouge, you're clear to plant the note. Rouge carefully placed the note on Toshinori's desk. It was written in elegant handwriting, demanding that All Might ensure his secretary received the recognition and care he deserved. Satisfied with her work, she turned to leave. However, just as she was about to exit, the door to the office swung open. Standing there was Toshinori Yagi himself, in his weakened form. He looked surprised but not alarmed. Who are you? He asked, his voice calm but firm. Rouge paused, considering her options. She decided to speak the truth. I'm Rouge the Bat. We're here to send a message. You deserve better treatment, Toshinori. Everyone does. Toshinori looked at the note on his desk, his expression softening. I see. Thank you for your concern, but I'm fine. Really? Rouge shook her head. It's not just about you. It's about everyone who works hard and deserves recognition. We wanted to make sure you're taken care of. Before Toshinori could respond, La Brava's voice crackled in Rouge's earpiece. Rouge, you need to get out of there. Now. Rouge nodded, giving Toshinori a final glance. Take care of yourself, Toshinori. And make sure All Might hears our message. With that, she slipped past him and made her way back to the rendezvous point. Gentle Criminal and La Brava were already there, ready to make their escape. Using Gentle Criminal's quirk, they created a path through the air, making a dramatic exit from the building. The trio landed safely on a nearby rooftop, watching as the agency's alarms blared in the distance. We did it, La Brava said, a triumphant smile on her face. Gentle Criminal nodded, his eyes twinkling with satisfaction. Indeed. We sent our message with style and grace. Rouge, catching her breath, smiled. And we did it together. What's next on our list? As they planned their next adventure, Rouge, Gentle Criminal, and La Brava felt a sense of camaraderie and purpose. They knew their actions might not change the world overnight, but they believed in the power of their message and the impact of their deeds. Their next target was already in sight, and with their combined skills and determination, they knew they could achieve anything. The morning sun gently filtered through the paper windows, casting a soft glow over the room. Shoto blinked open his eyes, feeling a warmth on his left side, warmer than anything his quirk could provide. He also felt a weight on his left arm. The memories of the previous night flooded back as he saw Blaze the cat nestled beside him. Just then, the door slid open, and a gasp was heard before the door quickly slid closed again. Shoto's eyes widened as he realized it was his sister, Fuyumi, who had seen them. He could see her shadow retreating down the hallway. Before he could react, heavy footsteps approached, and the door slid open again with a forceful thud. Time for trainee, his father, Endeavor, started, his voice trailing off as his eyes widened. The flames around his hero costume began to flicker and dance more aggressively. Tell me, boy, why is there a slut in your bed? Did you go behind my back and decide to get in touch with one of those clubs? Endeavor's voice was filled with anger and accusation. Blaze the cat, still groggy from sleep, felt a menacing presence bearing down on her. Without looking, her instincts kicked in. She dove out of the futon, letting go of Shoto, and landed gracefully on her feet, ready to defend herself. Blaze stood tall, her eyes narrowing as she faced Endeavor. I am no slut. I am Blaze the cat, and I ended up here by accident. Shoto was kind enough to offer me a place to rest. Endeavor's flames intensified as he glared at her. You expect me to believe that? What kind of hero brings a stranger into his bed? Shoto, still in the futon, sat up and looked his father in the eye. Father, she is telling the truth. Blaze is not from this world. She was lost and needed help. I offered her a place to stay for the night. That's all. Endeavor's eyes narrowed, but he seemed to hesitate. A different world. This better not be some kind of trick. Blaze took a deep breath, calming herself. I understand your concern. But I am a guardian of my world, and I only seek to return home. I mean no harm to you or your family. Endeavor's flames flickered, showing his internal struggle. He was a hero, but he was also a father, and his protectiveness over his son sometimes clouded his judgment. Fuyumi, who had been listening from outside, gently slid the door open again. Father, please. I saw them too. They were just sleeping. Shoto has always been responsible. Let's trust him. Endeavor glanced at Fuyumi, his expression softening slightly before turning back to Blaze and Shoto. Fine. But this isn't over. You will explain everything to me later, Shoto. And Blaze, if you truly mean no harm, you are welcome to stay until we figure out how to get you home. Blaze nodded, relieved. Thank you, Endeavor. I appreciate your understanding. Endeavor turned and left the room, his heavy footsteps echoing down the hallway. Fuyumi stepped inside, giving Blaze a gentle smile. I'm sorry about my father. He's protective. Blaze smiled back. I understand. Thank you for speaking up. Shoto sighed, running a hand through his hair. Thank you, Fuyumi. And thank you, Blaze, for handling that so well. Blaze nodded. Of course. We should focus on finding a way to get me back to my world. Fuyumi nodded in agreement. I'll help in any way I can. With the morning's confrontation behind them, Blaze, Shoto, and Fuyumi began to discuss their next steps. Blaze needed to find a way back to her world, and Shoto and Fuyumi were determined to help her. As they planned, they knew they would face many challenges ahead, but with their newfound understanding and determination, they were ready to tackle whatever came their way. Together, they would find a way to send Blaze home and continue to support each other in their journeys. As the days turned into weeks, Tails and May continued to work together, their bond growing stronger with each project they undertook. Tails admired May's ingenuity and passion for inventing, while May found Tails' meticulous nature and intelligence incredibly endearing. Their partnership soon blossomed into something more. They spent hours not just working, but also talking about their lives, dreams, and interests. Tails learned about Mei's relentless drive to create and improve, and Mei learned about Tails' adventures and his deep sense of responsibility. One day, as they were taking a break from their work, Tails asked Mei, "What made you so passionate about inventing?" Mei smiled, her eyes lighting up. "Ever since I was a kid, I loved taking things apart and figuring out how they worked. My parents encouraged it, and it just grew from there. And you? How did you get into inventing?" Tails chuckled. "I've always been fascinated by machines and technology. Sonic found me and took me in, and I started building and inventing to help him on our adventures. It's just something that's always felt natural to me." As the months passed, Tails and Mei's friendship deepened into a budding romance. They found themselves spending more time together outside of their projects, going on walks, having picnics, and simply enjoying each other's company. One evening, as they were sitting on a hill overlooking the city, Tails turned to Mei. "You know, Mei, I really enjoy spending time with you." Mei blushed slightly, her heart racing. "I feel the same way, Tails. You're incredible, and I'm really glad we met." Tails smiled, reaching out to hold her hand. "Would you like to be my girlfriend?" Mei's eyes widened in surprise and joy. "Yes, Tails, I'd love to." As Tails' 14th birthday approached, Mei decided to plan a special celebration. She gathered their friends, including Knuckles, and even Metal Sonic, who had surprisingly picked up a hobby of gardening, much like in the House of the Infinite Amusement Machine. The party was a success, with everyone enjoying the festivities. Mei gifted Tails a beautifully crafted tool set, customized with his favorite colors and designs. "Happy birthday, Tails," Mei said, giving him a hug. "I hope you like it." Tails grinned, hugging her back. "I love it, Mei, thank you." One morning, in her excitement to work on a new project, Mei forgot to wear a bra and sweats. As she worked alongside Tails, she realized her mistake, but it was too late to do anything about it. Tails saw her nipples poking through her shirt, and when she bent down, the jacket she wore around her waist, which she used as a makeshift skirt, fell to the floor, revealing her naked lower half to Tails. Tails, ever the gentleman, didn't mention it, but he couldn't help but notice. He blushed deeply, trying to focus on their work. Mei noticed his distraction and quickly excused herself to rectify the situation. As the days passed, Tails and Mei blushed whenever they recalled the accident. The incident brought an unspoken question to their minds: how to address the shift in their relationship status. The lingering embarrassment intertwined with the excitement of potentially being more than just friends. They were often distracted, stealing glances at each other, their cheeks flushing with the memory. One day, as they worked side by side, they turned their heads simultaneously to speak. Their faces were so close that their lips met in a brief, unexpected kiss. The kiss lingered in the air between them, charged with the electricity of newfound feelings. They pulled back, eyes wide, hearts racing. Neither spoke for a moment, the silence thick with anticipation. Finally, Mei smiled softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "I guess we should talk about what this means for us." Tails nodded, his own smile growing. "Yeah, I think we should." Their shared laughter filled the room, breaking the tension and sealing the bond that had been forming since that fateful morning. After their initial meeting and the intense confrontation with Endeavor, Blaze and Shoto Todoroki began to spend more time together. Blaze was determined to help Shoto understand that his quirk was his own and not just an extension of his father's power. They often found themselves talking late into the night, sharing stories and experiences from their vastly different worlds. Blaze, with her own experience as a guardian and wielder of fire, was the perfect person to help Shoto embrace his fiery side. She understood the struggle of living up to high expectations and the pressure of responsibility. One evening, as they sat in the garden of the Todoroki estate, Blaze turned to Shoto. "You know, Shoto, your quirk is a part of you. It's not just your father's power. You have the ability to make it your own and use it in your own way." Shoto looked down, contemplating her words. "It's hard to see it that way. My father has always pushed me to use my fire, but I resent it because of him." Blaze placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "I understand, but using your fire doesn't mean you're becoming like him. It's about finding your own path and using your abilities for good." Determined to help Shoto, Blaze joined him in his training sessions. They often sparred, combining their fire abilities in controlled exercises. Blaze's experience with fire allowed her to guide Shoto in ways he hadn't experienced before. One day, after an intense training session with Endeavor, Shoto was visibly frustrated. His father's harsh methods and relentless pressure had pushed him to his limits. Blaze approached him, sensing his turmoil. "Shoto, let's take a break. I want to show you something." They walked to a secluded area where Blaze demonstrated her control over fire, creating intricate patterns and shapes with the flames. "You see, Shoto, fire can be a beautiful and powerful tool when you learn to control it and make it your own." Shoto watched in awe, feeling inspired. "I want to learn how to do that." Blaze smiled. "And you will. It just takes practice and the right mindset. Let's try it together." They spent the next few hours practicing, with Blaze encouraging Shoto to let go of his anger and resentment and focus on the beauty and potential of his own flames. Slowly but surely, Shoto began to see his fire quirk in a new light. One particularly grueling day, after another harsh training session with Endeavor, Shoto reached his breaking point. He cursed his father under his breath, his anger and frustration boiling over. Blaze stepped in, her eyes filled with determination. "Shoto, channel that anger. Use it to fuel your fire, but don't let it control you. Show your father that you're not just his puppet. You're your own person with your own power." Shoto took a deep breath, feeling Blaze's unwavering support. He closed his eyes and focused, letting his fire flow freely but with control. The flames danced around him, more vibrant and powerful than ever before. Endeavor watched, a mix of surprise and pride in his eyes. For the first time, he saw his son truly embracing his fire quirk, not out of obligation, but with genuine mastery and confidence. With Blaze's guidance, Shoto began to see his quirk as his own. He no longer felt like he was living in his father's shadow. He started to use his fire with pride, knowing that he was forging his own path. Blaze and Shoto's bond grew stronger through their shared experiences and mutual respect. They supported each other, understanding the challenges they both faced and finding strength in their friendship. After their initial meeting and the intense confrontation with Endeavor, Blaze and Shoto Todoroki began to spend more time together. Blaze was determined to help Shoto understand that his quirk was his own and not just an extension of his father's power. They often found themselves talking late into the night, sharing stories and experiences from their vastly different worlds. Blaze, with her own experience as a guardian and wielder of fire, was the perfect person to help Shoto embrace his fiery side. She understood the struggle of living up to high expectations and the pressure of responsibility. One evening, as they sat in the garden of the Todoroki estate, Blaze turned to Shoto. "You know, Shoto, your quirk is a part of you. It's not just your father's power. You have the ability to make it your own and use it in your own way." Shoto looked down, contemplating her words. "It's hard to see it that way. My father has always pushed me to use my fire, but I resent it because of him." Blaze placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "I understand, but using your fire doesn't mean you're becoming like him. It's about finding your own path and using your abilities for good." Determined to help Shoto, Blaze joined him in his training sessions. They often sparred, combining their fire abilities in controlled exercises. Blaze's experience with fire allowed her to guide Shoto in ways he hadn't experienced before. One day, after an intense training session with Endeavor, Shoto was visibly frustrated. His father's harsh methods and relentless pressure had pushed him to his limits. Blaze approached him, sensing his turmoil. "Shoto, let's take a break. I want to show you something." They walked to a secluded area where Blaze demonstrated her control over fire, creating intricate patterns and shapes with the flames. "You see, Shoto, fire can be a beautiful and powerful tool when you learn to control it and make it your own." Shoto watched in awe, feeling inspired. "I want to learn how to do that." Blaze smiled. "And you will. It just takes practice and the right mindset. Let's try it together." They spent the next few hours practicing, with Blaze encouraging Shoto to let go of his anger and resentment and focus on the beauty and potential of his own flames. Slowly but surely, Shoto began to see his fire quirk in a new light. One particularly grueling day, after another harsh training session with Endeavor, Shoto reached his breaking point. He cursed his father under his breath, his anger and frustration boiling over. Blaze stepped in, her eyes filled with determination. "Shoto, channel that anger. Use it to fuel your fire, but don't let it control you. Show your father that you're not just his puppet. You're your own person with your own power." Shoto took a deep breath, feeling Blaze's unwavering support. He closed his eyes and focused, letting his fire flow freely but with control. The flames danced around him, more vibrant and powerful than ever before. Endeavor watched, a mix of surprise and pride in his eyes. For the first time, he saw his son truly embracing his fire quirk, not out of obligation, but with genuine mastery and confidence. With Blaze's guidance, Shoto began to see his quirk as his own. He no longer felt like he was living in his father's shadow. He started to use his fire with pride, knowing that he was forging his own path. As they continued their training and shared moments of growth, Shoto felt a renewed sense of purpose. He knew that with Blaze by his side, he could overcome his past and embrace his future. Blaze, too, found a deep sense of fulfillment in helping Shoto. She knew that her journey in this new world had brought her to a place where she could make a real difference. Endeavor stood at a distance, watching Blaze and Shoto train together. He couldn't help but notice the incredible progress Shoto was making in such a short time. Blaze had managed to connect with Shoto in ways he never could, despite 14 years of effort. The realization hit him hard: he was the problem. Endeavor's mind drifted back to his past decisions, his pride, and his relentless ambition. He remembered ignoring the quirk biologists who had suggested that Tuya's cold flames could be controlled in a way that wouldn't harm his body. But Endeavor, blinded by his pride, had dismissed the idea. Cold flames, to him, were useless compared to the power of hot, boiling fire. His ambition to be number one and surpass All Might had driven him to push his children mercilessly. He had believed that only through intense training and harsh discipline could he create a successor powerful enough to fulfill his dream. But now, watching Blaze and Shoto, he realized the damage he had done. His ego had warped his pride, and in his quest for power, he had hurt the people who mattered most. Endeavor looked at his family with new eyes. He saw the pain and resentment in his children's eyes, the fear and brokenness in his wife, Rei. He had always believed that his actions were justified, that the ends would eventually justify the means. But now, it was clear, he had been wrong. Reflecting on All Might's career, Endeavor saw the stark contrast between them. All Might, despite his own overwhelming power and status as the symbol of peace, had never let his ego cloud his judgment. Endeavor remembered the decline in All Might's appearances, the signs of fatigue and strain that he had chosen to ignore. All Might, unlike Endeavor, had faced his limitations with humility. He had always been there for the people, not just as a hero but as a symbol of hope. Endeavor had seen All Might's moments of vulnerability, the times when he had to catch his breath and rest in private, away from the press and public scrutiny. The realization was painful. Endeavor was 45, still younger than All Might, who was in his 50s. Yet, while All Might had always put the people first, Endeavor had been consumed by his quest to surpass him. He now understood the true cost of his ambition and pride. As Blaze and Shoto finished their training session, Endeavor approached them, his demeanor noticeably softer. He looked at Blaze with a mix of gratitude and respect. "Blaze, thank you for helping Shoto. You've done more for him in a short time than I have in years." Blaze nodded, her expression serious. "Shoto has great potential, Endeavor. He just needed to see that his power is his own, not just a reflection of yours." Endeavor turned to Shoto, his voice filled with regret. "Shoto, I'm sorry. I've pushed you too hard and expected too much. I wanted to make you strong, but I see now that I was wrong. Your power is yours to control, and I'm proud of the progress you've made." Shoto looked at his father, a mixture of surprise and skepticism in his eyes. But seeing the genuine remorse and change in Endeavor's demeanor, he nodded. "Thank you, Father. I appreciate it." Endeavor took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his mistakes but also the hope for a better future. He knew he had a long way to go to make amends, but he was determined to change. Chuya Todoroki, perched atop the tallest tree in the forest, watched the scene unfolding below with a mix of disbelief and sorrow. He had chosen this vantage point to observe his family one last time before accepting a dark path, dyeing his hair, and assuming his new identity as Dabi. Through his binoculars, Chuya saw the unexpected changes in his family. Shoto, once burdened by the same expectations that had crushed Chuya, was now flourishing under Blaze's guidance. His fire, once a symbol of their father's harsh ambitions, was now a testament to his own strength and identity. What shocked Chuya the most was seeing his father, Endeavor, break down in front of Blaze and Shoto. He watched as his father, once a symbol of unyielding pride and ambition, wept openly. The words he read from his father's lips were ones he had never expected to hear: apologies, regrets, and admissions of his own failures. Endeavor's tears were the most jarring. For years, Chuya had believed his father incapable of such vulnerability. Watching Endeavor weep for his presumed death was almost too much to bear. Chuya's heart ached with a blend of longing and bitterness. He had faked his death to escape the torment of his father's expectations, only to see that perhaps, too late, his father was capable of change. Despite the flicker of hope that perhaps things could have been different, Chuya steeled himself. He had made his choice. The scars on his body and soul were too deep to heal with a few tears and words of regret. The world knew him now as Dabi, and there was no turning back. As he sat there, high above the family he once knew, Chuya reflected on the path he had chosen. The League of Villains had offered him a new purpose, a way to channel his pain and anger. His transformation into Dabi was nearly complete. He would dye his hair, embracing his new identity fully. The sight of Endeavor's genuine remorse and Shoto's growing strength under Blaze's mentorship gave Chuya a moment's pause. Could things have been different if his father had realized his mistakes earlier? If Chuya had stayed, would he have found the support he needed to control his flames and avoid the destructive path he had chosen? But these thoughts were fleeting. Chuya knew that he could not dwell on what-ifs. His path was set, and his mission with the League of Villains awaited. With a final, lingering look at his family, Chuya steeled himself for the future. He descended from the tree, leaving behind the forest and the remnants of his past. As he walked away, he could still hear the faint echoes of his father's weeping and Shoto's laughter, sounds that would haunt him but also drive him forward. Chuya Todoroki was gone. In his place stood Dabi, a man forged from the flames of his past, ready to burn his own path in the world. His family might have found a way to heal, but for Dabi, the scars were too deep, and the fire within him too fierce to be extinguished by mere apologies. Blaze and Shoto found themselves frequently stealing glances at each other, their curiosity growing with each encounter. One warm afternoon, they were training outside, the sun beating down relentlessly. The heat only added to the simmering tension between them. As they wrapped up their session, Blaze couldn't help but unbutton her top buttons, allowing a bit of cool air to hit her skin. The gesture revealed her sports bra and some cleavage, catching Shoto's attention. His gaze lingered a moment too long before he quickly looked away, his cheeks flushing with a mix of embarrassment and interest. Shoto, feeling the heat and Blaze's eyes on him, decided to take off his shirt, revealing his toned torso. The sight made Blaze's heart race, and she quickly turned away, her face burning with a deep blush. For a moment, neither of them spoke, each lost in their thoughts and the undeniable attraction they felt. The silence was thick with unspoken words and shared glances. Finally, Blaze broke the silence with a soft laugh, turning back to face Shoto. "It's so hot today, isn't it?" she said, her voice a bit shaky. Shoto smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he nodded. "Yeah, it really is." They stood there, the awkwardness gradually giving way to a comfortable silence, their mutual attraction acknowledged but not yet acted upon. The day ended with a new understanding between them, a silent agreement to let things unfold naturally, each anticipating what the future might hold for their blossoming connection. The months seemed to fly by as one night. Blaze and Shoto found themselves alone in a quiet corner of the garden. The stars twinkled above, casting a serene glow over the scene. Blaze took a deep breath, her heart pounding in her chest. "Shoto, there's something I need to tell you," she began, her voice steady but tinged with nervousness. Shoto turned to her, his mismatched eyes reflecting the starlight. "What is it, Blaze?" he asked softly. Blaze hesitated for a moment, then met his gaze. "I've developed feelings for you. I care about you deeply, and I love you." Shoto's eyes widened slightly, and he felt a warmth spread through his chest. "Blaze, I feel the same way. You've been there for me, helped me understand my quirk better, and I've fallen in love with you too." They smiled at each other, the air between them charged with emotion. Slowly, they leaned in, their lips meeting in a gentle, heartfelt kiss. Later that night, Blaze and Shoto found themselves in Shoto's room. As they settled into bed, Shoto wrapped an arm around Blaze, pulling her close. Blaze snuggled into his embrace, feeling a sense of peace and contentment. As they lay there, a soft, rhythmic sound filled the room. Shoto's eyes widened slightly as he realized Blaze was purring. "Blaze, are you purring?" he asked, his voice filled with curiosity and amusement. Blaze's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I guess I am," she admitted, her voice small. Shoto smiled, tightening his hold on her. "I think it's cute," he said, his tone sincere. Blaze's blush deepened, but she felt a sense of relief wash over her. "Really? You don't think it's weird?" Shoto shook his head. "Not at all. It's just another thing that makes you unique and special." Blaze smiled, her embarrassment fading. "Thanks, Shoto. That means a lot." As they lay in each other's arms, Blaze noticed something peculiar. Small flames began to flicker on Shoto's arms, their glow illuminating the room. "Shoto, look," Blaze said softly, pointing to his arms. Shoto looked down, his eyes widening in surprise. "I didn't even realize. It must be because of you." Blaze tilted her head in curiosity. "What do you mean?" Shoto met her gaze, a gentle smile on his lips. "Whenever I'm with you, I feel a warmth inside me, like my fire quirk is responding to my feelings. It's like my flames are connected to you." Blaze's heart swelled with emotion. "That's beautiful, Shoto." Shoto leaned in, pressing a tender kiss to her forehead. "You bring out the best in me, Blaze. I don't want to hide who I am anymore." Blaze smiled, feeling a sense of unity and love. "And I'll always be here to support you, Shoto." As they drifted off to sleep, the soft sound of Blaze's purring and the gentle flicker of Shoto's flames filled the room. They held each other close, knowing that they had found something truly special in each other. The night was filled with dreams of a bright future together, where they would face challenges and celebrate joys side by side. And as the first light of dawn began to peek through the window, Blaze and Shoto slept peacefully, wrapped in the warmth of their love. Silver the Hedgehog woke up, disoriented and confused, on the roof of a building in a city he didn't recognize. The skyline was unfamiliar, and the bustling streets below gave him no clues as to where he was. Deciding to gather more information, Silver took to the air, flying around the city to get a better sense of his surroundings. As he flew, Silver noticed a construction site below with workers wearing safety hats. He hovered for a moment, trying to piece together what was happening, when a steel beam swung dangerously close to him. "Sorry," called out a girl with brown hair and red cheeks, who seemed to be controlling the beam with her quirk. Silver nodded, acknowledging her apology, but before he could continue his investigation, a loud drilling sound caught his attention. A massive drill burst out of the ground, weakening one of the building supports. Standing atop the drill was a short, stocky man with a large torso and short legs. His eyes were obscured by a miner's helmet, and his face resembled that of a mole or beaver, with a long snout and rodent teeth. His robotic hands were highly articulate, each having two webbed-like fingers and one thumb, designed for excavating and combat. "Behold, the Underminer," the man declared. "I'm always beneath you, but nothing is beneath me. I hereby declare war on peace and happiness. Soon, all will tremble before me. Go, my army." Goons wearing miner hats emerged from the hole in the ground, surrounding the construction site. The girl with brown hair, Uraraka, and the workers seemed momentarily stunned by the sudden attack. Seeing the imminent danger, Silver flew down, ready to confront the goons and protect the people. He landed next to Uraraka, who looked at him with a mix of surprise and relief. "Who are you?" Uraraka asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Name's Silver. I'm here to help," he replied, his tone determined. "Let's take care of these goons first." Uraraka nodded, quickly regaining her composure. "All right, let's do this." Silver and Uraraka sprang into action. Using his psychokinetic abilities, Silver lifted several goons into the air, disarming them and tossing them aside with ease. Uraraka used her zero-gravity quirk to make objects weightless, hurling debris at the goons and sending them flying. As they fought their way through the goons, Silver and Uraraka approached the Underminer, who watched the battle with a sinister grin. "You think you can stop me?" the Underminer taunted. "You're just delaying the inevitable." Silver clenched his fists. We'll see about that. The Underminer activated his drill, aiming it at Silver and Uraraka. Silver used his psychokinesis to create a barrier, deflecting the drill's attack. Uraraka, seizing the opportunity, made the drill weightless, causing it to spin out of control. Now, Silver, Uraraka shouted. Silver concentrated his power, lifting the Underminer and his drill into the air. With a final push, he hurled them away from the construction site, sending the villain crashing into a nearby empty lot. The remaining goons, seeing their leader defeated, quickly fled back into the hole, disappearing underground. The construction workers cheered, grateful for the unexpected help. Uraraka turned to Silver, smiling. "Thank you, Silver, you really saved us." Silver smiled back, though still a bit disoriented from his arrival in this strange city. "No problem, I'm just glad I could help. But, could you tell me where I am?" Uraraka chuckled. "You're in Musudafu. It's a city known for its heroes. Speaking of which, you might want to meet some of them. They can probably help you figure out how you got here." Silver nodded, feeling a sense of hope. "That sounds like a good idea. Thanks, Uraraka." With the construction site secured and the workers safe, Uraraka and Silver began to discuss the best way to find the heroes of Musudafu. Silver knew that finding his way back home would be challenging, but with new friends and allies by his side, he was ready to face whatever lay ahead. After the battle with the Underminer, Silver and Uraraka were catching their breath when Uraraka noticed something peculiar. "Hey, Silver," she said, blushing slightly, "you're not wearing any clothes." Silver looked at her, confused. "Of course, I'm wearing shoes and gloves. I'm not naked." Uraraka shook her head, turning away in embarrassment. "No, you're not. If I meet anyone who is wearing just gloves and shoes and gives me that explanation, I will punt them into the sun." Silver glanced down at himself, realizing the misunderstanding. He sighed. "In my world, this is normal. But I understand how it might look strange here." Meanwhile, in another part of Musudafu, Toru Hagakure, the invisible girl, felt a menacing aura as she looked at her hero costume sketch. She did a little bit of research. She realized she needed a special kind of fabric, one that would respond to her DNA and become invisible like her. Inspired, she began sketching her new suit design, drawing an arrow to the suit and writing, "DNA fabric," next to it. Determined to see her idea come to life, she called out to her dad. "Hey, Dad, I need a haircut, but keep the bag." "I need it for my hero school," Toru said, her voice full of excitement. Her dad smiled, relieved. "Finally, you've been growing it out for 3 years." He got out the razor connected to a hose, ready to help his daughter. Back at the construction site, Uraraka decided to help Silver fit in better. "We need to get you some proper clothes. You can't go around like that." Silver agreed, feeling a bit out of place. "All right, lead the way." Uraraka and Silver went to a nearby shopping district. They attracted curious glances, but Uraraka ignored them, focusing on finding Silver some suitable clothes. They eventually found a store that had a variety of outfits. "Try this," Uraraka said, handing Silver a simple but stylish outfit consisting of a t-shirt, jeans, and a jacket. Silver went into the changing room and emerged a few minutes later, looking quite different. Uraraka grinned, giving him a thumbs up. "Now you look more like you belong here." Silver looked at himself in the mirror and nodded, appreciating the change. "Thanks, Uraraka. This feels better." Meanwhile, Toru's dad carefully cut her hair, the invisible strands being sucked through a hose into a special bag. Toru watched, her excitement growing. "This is going to be great, Dad. My new hero suit will be so much better with this fabric." Her dad nodded, finishing the haircut. "I'm proud of you, Toru. You're going to make an amazing hero." Toru hugged her dad, grateful for his support. "Thanks, Dad. I can't wait to show everyone." Ochako led Silver, now dressed in proper clothes, back to the construction site. Silver felt more comfortable in his new attire, and he was grateful for Ochako's help. As they walked, they chatted about the city and its unique features. On their way back, they decided to stop by a nearby shop to grab some snacks. As they exited the shop, a group of thugs appeared, eyeing Ochako and Silver menacingly. Well, what do we have here?" One of the thugs sneered. Hand over your money, and nobody gets hurt. Ochako tensed, ready to defend herself, but Silver stepped forward, his eyes narrowing with determination. Leave her alone, he said firmly. The thugs laughed, not taking Silver seriously. And what are you gonna do about it, huh? Another thug taunted. Silver's eyes glowed with a fierce light. You'll see, he replied, his voice calm but filled with resolve. Before the thugs could react, Silver used his psychokinetic abilities to lift them off the ground. The thugs struggled, but they were powerless against his telekinetic hold. You're making a big mistake, Silver warned. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the thugs flying into a nearby dumpster, where they landed with a series of thuds and groans. Ochako watched in awe as Silver effortlessly dealt with the thugs. When it was over, she ran up to him, her eyes shining with gratitude. Thank you, Silver, that was amazing. Silver smiled modestly. I'm just glad you're safe, Ochako. With the thugs dealt with, Ochako and Silver continued their journey to the construction site. When they arrived, the workers greeted them warmly, relieved to see Ochako and intrigued by Silver. Ochako introduced Silver to the workers. Everyone, this is Silver. He's new in town and helped me out today. He's really strong. The workers nodded appreciatively. Thanks for looking out for Ochako, one of them said. We can always use more good people around here. As the day went on, Silver helped out at the construction site, using his abilities to move heavy materials and assist the workers. Ochako stayed close by, showing him the ropes and explaining the various tasks. Their bond grew stronger as they worked side by side, and Silver felt a sense of belonging he hadn't felt in a long time. Ochako, too, was happy to have made a new friend who was both kind and courageous. By the end of the day, Silver and Ochako had become a formidable team, impressing everyone with their hard work and cooperation. As they walked back to their respective homes, they chatted about their plans and dreams. You know, Ochako, Silver said, I think I'm starting to like it here. Thanks for helping me fit in. Ochako smiled warmly. I'm glad, Silver, you're a great addition to our team. I can't wait to see what we can accomplish together. At the same time, Toru, with her new bag in hand, taped it to her hero suit sketch. She knew it would take time and effort, but she was determined to make it happen. With new clothes and a sense of belonging, Silver prepared to meet the heroes of Musudafu, knowing that with Uraraka's help, he would find his way home. Toru, inspired by her new suit design, felt a renewed sense of purpose. She was ready to take on new challenges and prove herself as a hero. After the day's work at the construction site, Ochako and Silver decided to head to Ochako's home for dinner. Ochako had been telling her parents about Silver and his incredible abilities, and they were eager to meet him. As they walked to Ochako's house, Silver felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. He had never met anyone's parents before in this new world, and he wanted to make a good impression. Ochako noticed his apprehension and gave him a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Silver, my parents are really kind and welcoming. They'll love you, she said, giving his hand a comforting squeeze. They soon arrived at a modest, cozy home. The front yard was well kept, with flowers lining the walkway. Ochako led Silver to the front door and knocked. A moment later, the door opened, and a warm, friendly face appeared. It was Ochako's mother, Natsuko Uraraka. Welcome home, Ochako. And you must be Silver, she said, her eyes twinkling with kindness. We've heard so much about you. Please, come in. Silver followed Ochako and her mother into the house. The inside was just as welcoming as the outside, filled with warmth and a sense of family. Ochako's father, Uraraka, was setting the table and looked up with a smile as they entered. Hello there, young man. I'm Ochako's father. It's great to finally meet you, he said, extending his hand. Silver shook his hand, feeling more at ease. Thank you for having me, Mr. Uraraka. It's a pleasure to meet you both. They all sat down to a delicious home-cooked meal. As they ate, Ochako's parents asked Silver about himself, his abilities, and how he ended up in their world. Silver shared his story, explaining his origins and his mission to protect his own world. Natsuko and Yu listened intently, nodding sympathetically. You must have been through a lot, Natsuko said. But we're glad you're here now, and that you've become friends with Ochako. The conversation flowed easily, and Silver felt increasingly comfortable. He admired the strong bond Ochako had with her parents, and he was grateful for their hospitality. Yu smiled warmly. It's clear that you've had a positive influence on Ochako, Silver. She's been talking about you non-stop. Ochako blushed slightly, but she smiled. Silver's been amazing, Dad. He's helped out so much, and he's got such a kind heart. After dinner, they moved to the living room for dessert. As they enjoyed some homemade sweets, Natsuko leaned forward. Silver, we want you to know that you're always welcome here. You've become a part of our extended family. Silver felt a warmth spread through him at their words. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. As the evening drew to a close, Silver and Ochako prepared to leave. Ochako's parents walked them to the door, giving Silver a final hug. Take care, Silver, and don't be a stranger, Yu said, patting him on the back. Natsuko nodded in agreement. Yes, come by anytime. We're happy to have you. Walking away from the Uraraka residence, Silver felt a newfound sense of belonging. Your parents are really wonderful, Ochako. Thank you for inviting me over. Ochako smiled, her heart full. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Silver. My family likes you a lot, and so do I. Silver returned her smile, feeling more at home in this new world than ever before. I like you too, Ochako. I'm really glad we met. With their bond strengthened and new friendships formed, Silver and Ochako looked forward to the adventures and challenges ahead, knowing they had each other's support and the support of those who cared about them. Shadow the Hedgehog was locked in a fierce battle with Metal Shadow, a robot created by Dr. Eggman specifically to defeat him. Metal Shadow was designed without the limitations of Shadow's inhibitor rings, making it a formidable opponent. The fight was brutal, with both combatants pushing their limits. During the battle, Shadow's inhibitor rings were damaged, causing his power to spike uncontrollably. Realizing he needed to end the fight quickly, Shadow launched a final, desperate attack, managing to destroy Metal Shadow. However, the effort was too much, and he fell unconscious, his broken inhibitor rings still on his wrists. Shadow's body was teleported away from the battlefield by a failsafe device he carried, but the malfunctioning teleportation dropped him into the waters surrounding Island. As he sank, unconscious, Melissa Shield was nearby, conducting some research along the coastline. Spotting the dark figure sinking into the water, Melissa didn't hesitate. She dove in, swimming with all her might to reach him. She grabbed Shadow and, with considerable effort, brought him to the surface and then to the shore. Melissa called for help, and together with a few island workers, she managed to get Shadow to the island's hospital. The doctors were puzzled by Shadow's condition and the strange rings on his wrists. They stabilized him, but he remained in a coma. Melissa, determined to help, took it upon herself to understand and fix the broken rings. Despite not knowing their exact purpose, she suspected they were crucial to Shadow's health and stability. Melissa spent hours in the lab, studying the broken rings. Using her extensive knowledge of advanced technology and engineering, she began to piece together how they worked. She examined the materials, the circuitry, and the mysterious energy patterns they emitted. It looks like these rings are some sort of energy regulators, she muttered to herself, soldering a delicate connection. They must help him control his power. As days turned into weeks, Melissa worked tirelessly. Shadow remained in a coma, showing no signs of waking up. The doctors did what they could to keep him stable, but his condition was precarious. One evening, Melissa sat by Shadow's bedside, the repaired rings in her hand. I don't know if these will work, but I have to try, she said softly. Gently, she placed the rings back on Shadow's wrists, securing them carefully. After attaching the rings, Melissa monitored Shadow closely. There was no immediate change, but she remained hopeful. She knew that it might take time for Shadow's body to recover enough to wake up, especially given the intensity of his battle and the damage he sustained. Melissa visited Shadow every day, talking to him even though he was unconscious. I know you're a fighter, she would say. You've been through so much, but you can't give up now. We're all rooting for you. The people of Island, curious about the mysterious hedgehog, often asked Melissa about his condition. She always responded with a mix of optimism and determination. He's strong. He'll wake up when he's ready. As she continued her research and worked on improving the rings further, Melissa held on to the hope that one day, Shadow would open his eyes and be able to thank her himself. Until then, she vowed to do everything in her power to aid his recovery. The journey was far from over, but Melissa's unwavering determination and Shadow's resilience provided a glimmer of hope for a brighter future. As Melissa continued her efforts to help Shadow recover, she meticulously went through his belongings for any clues. Among the items, she discovered a syringe filled with a strange, glowing substance. Intrigued, she took it to her lab for analysis. Melissa meticulously studied the syringe, running various tests to understand its composition. To her astonishment, she discovered that it contained DNA. The more she delved into the analysis, the more intrigued she became. The DNA had unusual properties, suggesting it could grant powers or enhance abilities. As Melissa continued her research, she noticed something extraordinary. The DNA in the syringe shared some similarities with her own. It was as if the DNA had come from an alternate version of herself from Shadow's world. "This is incredible," Melissa muttered to herself, staring at the computer screen. "Wherever Shadow came from, there must be an alternate version of me there too." Melissa returned to the pile of Shadow's belongings, searching for more information. She found a small device and activated it, revealing a hologram. The figure of Silver appeared, delivering a recorded message. "Okay, Shadow, after you infiltrate Dr. Eggman's lair, you need to head over to the hospital where Maria is dying. You have this syringe with all our DNA mixed with hers. All you have to do is wave the green emerald over her while injecting her. She will be 100% okay. But there could be some permanent effects. She could have some of our powers, or even new ones, or none at all." Melissa's heart raced as she processed the information. She hurried back to Shadow's belongings and found the green emerald Silver had mentioned. The emerald pulsed with an otherworldly energy, seemingly waiting to be used. Melissa sat down, her mind racing. The DNA in the syringe shared similarities with her own, suggesting a deep connection between her and the alternate world Shadow and Silver came from. She realized that the power to heal, and perhaps even save lives, was within her grasp. Determined to learn more, Melissa decided to wait for Shadow to wake up. She knew it could be a while, but she was resolved to understand the full scope of what she had discovered. The message from Silver hinted at a broader mission, and Melissa wanted to be prepared for when Shadow finally regained consciousness. Melissa carefully stored the syringe and the emerald, ensuring they were safe and ready for use. She spent the following days researching the potential effects of the DNA mixture and the emerald, trying to prepare for any eventuality. Each day, Melissa visited Shadow in the hospital, talking to him even though he remained in a coma. "Shadow, there's so much I need to ask you," she would say. "I found the syringe and the emerald. I know you have a mission, and I'll help you fulfill it when you wake up." Despite the uncertainty, Melissa remained hopeful. She believed in Shadow's strength and resilience. The day he woke up, they would embark on the next chapter of their shared journey, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As she stood by Shadow's bedside one evening, Melissa made a silent promise to herself and to him. "I will find a way to help you and Maria, no matter what it takes. We will figure this out together." With renewed determination, Melissa continued her work, waiting for the day Shadow would open his eyes and they could begin their mission together. After the dramatic break-in at Might Tower, where Rouge, Gentle Criminal, and La Brava had left their mark, All Might gathered Amy and Izuku to explain the situation. The tension in the air was palpable as they sat in his office, awaiting an explanation. All Might sighed, rubbing his temples before he began. "Amy, Izuku, we had a break-in last night. A group managed to infiltrate the tower and leave a note demanding better treatment for my secretary, Toshinori Yagi. One of the intruders was identified as Rouge the Bat." Amy's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, what? Rouge is also here in this world too?" she exclaimed, her mind racing with the implications. Izuku, who had never heard of Rouge, looked confused. "Who's Rouge?" Amy turned to Izuku, her expression serious. "Rouge is a skilled treasure hunter and a former government agent from my world. She's incredibly stealthy and always after valuable items. She's also known to sometimes work with Eggman, but she's not inherently evil. She has her own sense of morality and often acts in her own interest." All Might nodded, adding to Amy's explanation. According to our information, Rouge was working with a group called Gentle Criminal and La Brava. They are known for their elaborate, almost theatrical crimes aimed at making a statement rather than causing harm. Their note was about improving working conditions for my secretary, which aligns with Gentle Criminal's style of targeting social issues. Izuku frowned, thinking about the situation. So, Rouge is working with these villains to make a point rather than just causing chaos. All Might nodded. It seems that way. While their methods are questionable, their intentions might not be entirely malicious. However, breaking into the tower and causing a disturbance is unacceptable, and we need to find them to prevent any further incidents. Before the conversation could continue, Amy and Izuku exchanged glances and started laughing. The idea of leaving a note for All Might's secretary was just too absurd. They really don't know your secret, do they, All Might? Amy chuckled. Izuku laughed along. It's kind of funny when you think about it. They went through all that trouble to leave a message for someone who doesn't really exist. All Might couldn't help but smile at the irony. Yes, it's ironic, isn't it? They thought they were making a statement, but they were speaking to a facade. However, Izuku's laughter soon gave way to a more serious expression. He looked at All Might with concern in his eyes. But seriously, All Might, you really should take care of yourself. This whole situation just highlights how much you're pushing yourself. Amy nodded in agreement, her smile fading. Izuku's right. You're always putting others first, but you need to take care of your own health too. If anything happened to you. All Might's expression softened at their concern. He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder and gave Amy a reassuring nod. I appreciate your concern, both of you. I know I've been pushing myself, and I promise I'll be more mindful of my health. Ochako huffed, folding her arms as she watched Silver fly gracefully through the sky. They were on a training break, and her frustration was palpable. Silver, noticing her expression, blushed slightly. Ochako's puffed-up cheeks made her look adorably like a mad Kirby, and he couldn't help but find it endearing. It's not fair, Silver, Ochako exclaimed, exhaling in exasperation. You can fly so easily, while I'm stuck on the ground. I can't use my quirk without getting sick. Silver landed softly beside her, pondering her words. If it's the nausea that's holding you back, then we can train to overcome it, he suggested thoughtfully. Ochako blushed, her eyes fixed on Silver's face as he considered her predicament. You really think we can train it out? She asked, hope filling her voice. Silver nodded confidently. Of course. We'll just need to work on building your tolerance slowly. We'll start with short flights and gradually increase the duration as your body adapts. Ochako smiled, feeling a surge of determination. Okay, let's do it. With Silver's help, they moved out some mats to create a safe training area. The mats were arranged to cushion Ochako's falls, ensuring she wouldn't get hurt as she practiced. Silver demonstrated how to use her quirk to lift herself off the ground. Start by using your quirk in short bursts, he instructed. Lift yourself just a little and then come back down. We'll gradually increase the time you spend in the air. Ochako nodded, taking a deep breath. She activated her quirk, feeling the familiar sensation of weightlessness as she lifted off the ground slightly. After a few seconds, she deactivated her quirk and landed softly on the mats. She repeated the process several times, with Silver offering encouragement and guidance. You're doing great, Ochako. Just keep focusing on your breathing and stay relaxed. As the training session continued, Ochako began to feel more confident. The short flights were manageable, and she noticed that the nausea wasn't as intense as before. Silver's presence and support made a significant difference, and she felt grateful for his help. However, pushing her limits came with challenges. After one particularly long hover, Ochako's face turned green. She barely managed to deactivate her quirk and land on the mats before running to the side and throwing up. Silver quickly followed her, concern etched on his face. Are you okay? He asked, rubbing her back gently. Ochako nodded weakly, wiping her mouth. Yeah, just need a moment. Determined to keep going, Ochako resumed her training after a brief rest. She made more attempts, each time trying to stay in the air a little longer. Despite her efforts, the nausea struck again, and she had to run to the side to throw up once more. Silver was there again, offering her a bottle of water. You're doing great, Ochako. This is part of the process. Your body just needs time to adjust. Ochako smiled weakly, taking a sip of water. Thanks, Silver, I won't give up. As the training session continued, Ochako began to feel more comfortable in the air. The short flights were becoming easier, and the nausea wasn't hitting as hard. Silver's encouragement kept her going, and she was determined to overcome this hurdle. After a particularly successful attempt, Silver grinned at her. See, you're already improving. Just keep at it, and you'll be flying without any problems in no time. By the end of the session, Ochako was able to hover in the air for several minutes at a time without feeling sick. She landed softly on the mats, beaming with pride. Silver smiled, giving her a thumbs up. Great job, Ochako. You're getting the hang of it. Ochako returned his smile, feeling a deep sense of gratitude and admiration for Silver. Thanks, Silver. I couldn't have done it without you. For the past month, Ochako had been dedicated to her training, hovering and trying to build her tolerance to the nausea that plagued her quirk usage. She was determined to overcome her limitations and had spent countless hours perfecting her control. Silver had offered to help several times, but with a determined glint in her eyes, she had always declined, wanting to achieve this on her own. One day, Silver decided to check on Ochako's progress. As he approached the training area, he saw her rotating in the air. She stopped upside down to catch her breath, and her skirt fell down due to gravity, revealing her panties. Silver's face turned bright red, and he nearly passed out from the sight. Ochako landed softly on the mats, the force making her ample chest bounce up and down before settling. She hurried over to Silver, her face filled with concern. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice laced with worry. Silver felt a thrum of love fill his heart, and before he could stop himself, he blurted out, "I'm in love with you." Ochako blushed deeply, rubbing her hands together nervously. She thought back to all the things she had done around him, the little moments where she had hoped he would notice her. 1. During their training sessions, Ochako would sometimes intentionally let herself fall onto the mats, creating a dramatic effect. One afternoon, she let out a small yelp as she fell, bouncing back up with a giggle. Silver rushed over, concern in his eyes. "Are you okay, Ochako?" he asked, helping her up. She smiled, brushing herself off. "Yeah, just testing my limits. Thanks for checking on me, Silver." Ochako would hover longer than necessary, pushing herself to the brink of nausea just to impress Silver. After one particularly long hover, she landed, swaying slightly. "You're really pushing yourself," Silver noted, admiration in his voice. Ochako smiled weakly, trying to hide her discomfort. "I want to get better. Besides, it's not so bad when you're around." 2. Ochako often teased Silver lightly, making playful comments about his abilities. One day, after Silver performed a perfect aerial maneuver, Ochako grinned at him. "Show off," she teased, nudging him with her elbow. Silver laughed, a blush creeping up his cheeks. "Just trying to keep up with you, Ochako." 3. Ochako found excuses to touch Silver lightly. During a break, she reached over to brush some dirt off his shoulder, their fingers grazing. Silver felt a spark at the contact, glancing at her with a shy smile. "Thanks," he mumbled, his heart racing. 4. Despite her determination to train alone, Ochako occasionally asked Silver for help with certain techniques. One evening, she approached him with a thoughtful expression. "Silver, can you show me that move again? I can't seem to get the hang of it," she asked. Silver was more than happy to oblige, patiently demonstrating the move. "Sure, let's work on it together." 5. Ochako often complimented Silver on his skills. After a particularly challenging training session, she smiled at him warmly. "You're amazing, Silver. I don't know how you do it," she said. Silver blushed, looking down. "Thanks, Ochako. You're pretty amazing yourself." 6. Knowing that training could be exhausting, Ochako sometimes brought snacks for Silver. One afternoon, she handed him a bottle of water and a protein bar. "Thought you might need a break," she said, smiling. Silver gratefully accepted the snack, their fingers brushing. "Thanks, Ochako. You're the best." 7. Ochako would linger after their training sessions, pretending to need more practice. One evening, as the sun set, she found herself alone with Silver. I think I need a bit more practice, she said, not wanting the day to end. Silver nodded, staying with her. I'll keep you company. 8. Ochako put more effort into her appearance during their training sessions, hoping Silver would notice. One day, she wore a new outfit and styled her hair differently. Silver's eyes widened when he saw her. You look great, Ochako, he said, his voice sincere. Ochako blushed, feeling her heart flutter. Thanks, Silver. 9. Ochako shared personal stories and experiences with Silver, creating a deeper emotional connection. One evening, they sat together, watching the sunset. I've always wanted to be a hero to support my family, Ochako confessed. Silver listened intently, his eyes full of admiration. You're going to be an incredible hero, Ochako. I believe in you. 10. Ochako sometimes opened up about her struggles and insecurities. One night, she confided in Silver about her fear of failure. I'm so scared I won't be good enough, she admitted, her voice trembling. Silver reached out, gently squeezing her hand. You're one of the strongest people I know, Ochako. You've got this. 11. Ochako talked about her dreams and ambitions, wanting Silver to understand her goals. One day, she shared her vision of the future. I want to be a hero who makes a difference, to pay my family back, she said, her eyes shining with determination. Silver smiled, feeling inspired. And you will be. I'll be right there with you, every step of the way. 12. And now the most risky move she had done yet. The things like now and falling. I did them on purpose. In hopes you would notice me, she admitted shyly. Silver's eyes widened in surprise, then softened with understanding. Ochako, I noticed you long before any of that. Your determination, your kindness, your strength, they're what drew me to you. Ochako's blush deepened, but she smiled warmly. I guess I was just too nervous to say anything. But hearing you say you love me, it means everything. Silver took her hands in his heart racing. Ochako, you're amazing. I want to be by your side and support you in everything you do. Ochako's eyes filled with tears of happiness. I want that too, Silver. I want to be with you. They leaned in, their lips meeting in a gentle, heartfelt kiss. It was a kiss filled with unspoken promises and mutual understanding. As they pulled away, they smiled at each other, feeling a sense of completeness. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.